again. I just remembered. Oh well. Oh well. I'll push it off till later again. I forgot to remake the toilet paper rolls. One of these days I'll get that done. Oh well. Sorry if I'm a little tired today. I had a sore throat earlier this week and a little bit sick. Doing pretty good now. Still a little bit of a cough and a little bit of a stuffed up nose. Yep, make up for it. Where am I? Or that's where I was. Right, to stop that dog. I was going to try a different crest against this boss. Let's try this one. So something else I would want to put there, actually. I mean, maybe that one? I mean, it might help, so I'm gonna have to keep scooting back towards him if I get a good distance when he's still near ground slam. I don't know. Yeah, why not? Right, I don't want the points. Wait, that's right. This grass I don't have really anything. So. Oh, wait, that's right. I was actually going to try just using a bunch of tools. Just use all my tools up. Just try and dodge and use tools at the Reaper Crest. So that's what I was going to try. Do the spam. Because let's see, I can get through phase 1. If I should use this, I should count how many times I hit it. Because I looked up, apparently you have to hit the thing like 70 times. And I'm like, say, what? How tough is this thing? I also was looking at when I was looking up how to fight it. Okay, let's get this. I still find that really, really annoying. Didn't do that very well. I find it really annoying that her up attack with this is behind her. I'm like, why? Is there any reason for that? I don't think that's the first thing. But like, okay, granted, yeah, I accidentally did an up attack. While I was like fighting that, I accidentally did an up. I have a habit of pushing the up arrow when I jump. Because in some games it does make you jump higher. This one it doesn't. And in case you were wondering, in case anyone watches on YouTube, I doubt it, but in case you're wondering, I did a slight bit of offline grinding. Hold on, I should just click that. So, I may have maxed out all the rosary strings in a shard bundle that I could. Am I even in the right place? What is this hole? Room, door, hole? Where? Oh, that's not it. Never mind. I don't need to be here. I don't think. Okay, but when I was looking up how to fight...
Hello,
hello, sure. How you doing? I was lost. How does a hello jump scare me? How are you doing? Are you prepared to watch me suffer? See, was it in here? Nope. Hi. Yeah. I mean, hey, at least if I'm glad to suffer if it can bring you entertainment. Now, when I was looking up how to fight this thing, somebody mentioned, yeah, I forgot, because I tried. Okay, can I break the device? No, I can't break it. Now, what you have to do is you have to walk through here. You know, shut it off. hey, there's the bush lady. What? Huh. I guess she's in here. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I had a bit of a sore throat earlier this week, so I'm kind of still getting over that a bit. So, a little bit tireder than normal, so sorry if I don't have as much pizzazzy or vindictive energy concerning this game, at least, as I normally do. Well, hopefully things interesting enough stream help. Did I turn my loading sign off? Oh, my loading sign is still on. It doesn't help that much, really. It just gives me an excuse. Let's see, what's Gilly have to say? Oh, what a shock. Discovered again so easily. Like a hapless little hatchling. We're going to make a sport of tracking me. I'll have to redouble my efforts. Redouble my efforts at camouflage. And first thing is a pleasure, but I must return to my observance. I can read English. But how you doing, Cheryl? Sorry, I think I forgot to ask how you were doing. I hope you're doing well. Good old Shiro. Why do I read names like that? I don't know. Yeah, sorry if I don't have quite as much energy as normal. As you can tell, I'm starting stream later than I normally do on Sunday. So yeah, kind of tired. Got back later than usual. Still had to eat something, all that. So yeah. I might be a little bit chiller than normal, but hopefully that's fine. See, try not to leave too much of a trail when you... Okay, I think that's what the Owie said. Let's see. Owie C said C. Okay, so that was just on me for not seeing. Is it through here? No, this is where Yeah, this is where I first found it. What was that noise? I mean, did I break something and that something made a noise? What was that odd crack noise? You saw nothing. This is the enemy sitting there floating. I'm like, nope. You saw nothing, you little thing. Oh, I forgot about this. Every time I forget about that. You think I would learn one of these days, but no. Well, okay, not every time. I wonder if there's any way of stopping this thing from summoning enemies. I've already been everywhere, I think. Unless, of course, there's like a... See, yeah, I don't see any hidden wall. I mean, some people have beat this guy with like 0 upgrades because they get here in the beginning, but I just... It's just such a pain. So all these keys, yeah, you can't just go and break the cages. Well, let's try this again. Oh, right, shoot, that's right, I forgot. I always wait till he starts charging. Ow, okay, I messed up there. Oh wait, I should use an ability there. Sorry, this thing gets very annoying. Like so. What the? Ah, I tried to jump, but no, I was stuck on the flippin'. Oh yeah, one of those. That's what I need. And I dodged. What the? Wait a minute. Why did? Can it only move so far? Okay, I think it can only move so far because I'm so used to when it does that, it auto targets directly onto you. But I think because I was too far over, it can only move to the middle. And so when I dashed to get out of the way, I forgot about it again. Yeah, I still think the contact damage here is a bit ridiculous. And again, I think I never really enjoyed the contact damage anyway. Let's just go up here and get my stuff back so I can heal. But I don't think I have all that much to lose. Alright, I usually forget about that again. Yeah, because that's what I want to start the fight like. Ah, I forgot again. And it died. Because he does insane amounts of damage, as most bosses do, but he just... Actually, I think someone said this is a shape. Maybe that's my problem. I keep looking at my karma. Guess, oops. Oh well. The thing is, like, it doesn't do more damage than other bosses, it just... what is it? It just never stops attacking. Which would be bad enough, but then it's just like, they just decided, oh yeah, let's stick mobs in here too, so you all have an enemy that just always targets onto you. So it's very difficult to dodge. Where you basically have to pay attention, wait, and then dodge out of the way and you can hit it. Oh well, now there's enemies in the way that are also trying to attack you, so that your timing is completely messed up. I missed the first hit, but whatever. Yeah, look at that. And it could just knock you out of your ability. Which is absolute stupid. Oh no, come on. And I died. Yeah, by the way, why I use that other ability is because I told myself I wouldn't get upset the game this time. But for some reason, they put the ability button on the same button as the tools. So in order to use a throwing knife, I have to hold up ability button, and my other tool is hold down and hit it. Why? So I'm in the middle of a fight, I hold up, try and hit it, and oh wait, except my brain knows I need to hit these two buttons, but it's, I guess my index finger is faster, and that's when I use to click F, which is the ability button. So I end up using an ability rather than taking the time to make sure I'm pushing up, and then make sure I push the ability, and then by then it's way too late. I have to do it fast, but doing it fast, I always mess up the input, because I push the ability one first. It's just, the tools you should have, at least have the option to put them on their own buttons. That would be wonderful. I have buttons on the side of my mouse I would love to use for it. But no, I would love, I have a couple buttons on the side of my mouse. I could have them tool 1 and tool 2. It would be awesome. But no, they don't allow that. I think it's like, maybe because, I think I saw a screenshot of there's a crest that lets you use 3 tools and no ability. But then you could just have your ability button be the third tool, and it would be fun. Just give tool 1, tool 2, and tool 2 their own buttons in the controls. Because if you look in the controls, and that's why I messed up there, like go into keyboard, there's skill and tool right there. Just give tool 1 and tool 2 their own buttons, even if it says like F plus up and then F plus down there. Fine. I don't want to have to sit. I don't want to keep on. How fast it can move in the ridiculously large hitbox. Oh shoot, I should have healed there. Oh shoot, I was jumping! Sorry, look, this thing has annoyed me so much. Are you serious? Again, I tried to use a flipping tool, and I suddenly was aiming the wrong direction because apparently the quick bump of the trying to aim my character to the right didn't take. It's just, some things feel so much better than the first game, but some things just feel worse. I'm guessing because they optimized this for controller and then just, you know, didn't realize that the controls would be maybe not great for some PC players. I know some people playing on PC can do the controls just, I mean, come on, there's some person out there who beat some super difficult boss in the first game using nothing but a pair of chopsticks on a keyboard. that was something to watch already. That's just... Are you gonna do anything? Yeah, someone said you're probably overestimating his hitbox. No, this thing's got a very... I think I probably am, but I think part of it is because it constantly wibbles up and down unless it's charging. That is not what I want to do. I want to throw a knife. And now I'm almost dead because I got stuck in the corner. Stupid. What the? I'm sitting there trying to do an attack, but no, I mess up. Yeah, a lot of it is because of the just messing up control inputs. Like I said, the boss gives you no room to breathe because all of its attacks have basically zero cooldown. It's just a constant go, 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 go with attacks, and then it gets mobs on top. I personally think this is not a good design. It's like, oh, the boss is too... Why is this... Well, the thing is, why is it too simple? I know that it's guarding. It's guarding a new crest. Neither of the other new crests were anywhere near this difficult. But they decided to stick this one behind a boss, and it's like, okay, yeah, if the boss was already... Like, it's got speed, like, it constantly attacks. That could be its gimmick. But, you know, it's simple to dodge, but it's punishing. If you mess up, it's gonna slam you. My fixes for it is, if you want to actually make this boss decent, like, actually have some skill involved, a bit, like, not skill involved, because it does have skill involved, but, like, just make it a bit better. Make it sideways charges kill the mobs it summons, because, like, Sister Splinter, all of her attacks kill the mobs she summoned. Remove the larger mob that it summons, because sometimes it just summons up a bigger guy that can, I think, do 2 massive damage to you, but I'm not certain. It might be a smaller version, but the way it swings, I'm pretty sure it could do 2. I would have put it past it. But, like, sometimes it can summon up a bigger, tougher one, rather than a little guy, just randomly. It's completely random. So just remove it able to be summoned that. Maybe not. If you want to leave it in there, understandable, because it's one of the enemies of the area. But make it sideways charges able to hurt enemies, because why can't they? I was like, okay, you know, it could be like the Sister Splinter fight, where it's like, okay, when it summons up mobs, if you can't manage to deal with them, just focus on dodging, and her other attacks would take them out. You just focus on keeping away from them, she'll end up taking out the mobs she summoned, then you get back to the fight. But you know, you're gonna have to focus on dodging. It's like, you know, once I figured that out, once I learned, oh wait, she can kill those things, I was like, you know, it's actually a well-designed... I hate mobs in boss fights, by the way. It's just give me a boss that I can fight. Just let me fight the boss. I hate mobs in boss fights. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant this time, but I'm back to ranting. What the? Oh, come on! I was trying to bait out its, Oh, lovely. And I'm dead, because I tried to get underneath the thing. Yeah, well, I tried to bait out its charge, but because they made its charge take a bit to activate, it can adjust. Which is should be part of the challenge. But no, what the actual challenge is you have to deal with the mobs it summons. Which is... I've said this before, but it is artificial difficulty. It's not making the fight more difficult, it is just adding something to it. You're not making the boss a better challenge. You're not challenging the player. You're just like, it needs to be harder, so we're just gonna throw some other enemies in there just to be annoying. There's no reason for it. Except for the boss would be too easy otherwise. Why couldn't this boss be a bit easier? Like, why not? You can have a bit of an easier boss. And it's already pretty tough, it already hits pretty hard, and it's already going to probably take you a couple of tries to Urshifu tries to get used to its moveset. Because, as I said, it never stops attacking. It can kind of correct itself. Like, if it's about to start charging and you jump over and whack it, it'll move forward a bit to stop itself and turn around, so it doesn't have to even commit to its own attacks sometimes. Except I think the ground slam is one. But like, the ground slam can kill the enemies. But its sideways charge can't. Even sideways charge could kill the enemies, and all you really have to do is like just focus on dodging, which I probably should anyway. And there. Come on. Yeah. Because I jumped. I jumped. I was jumping up the wall, but no. But no, apparently I didn't jump up the wall because I just didn't jump up the wall, I guess. Oh yeah, sure, just summon another one. Yeah, see, you can spam that attack. Or you can spam... Oh, yeah, see, that thing, you can just deal 2 massive damage. You know, that's balanced. And it can just continuously summon them. And here it comes with 2 of them now. Oh, that was close. Yeah, people say that slam is... And here it comes with more of them. Ow. What the flippin'? Oh yeah, because that's fine. Yeah, because that little thing can just... I can hit it out of this charge. What the... Just do a normal attack already, you stupid thing. If I touch it, I'm dead. And I'm just... Come on, and the thing is so durable. It is ridiculous. Granted, a lot of that time I was spending fighting mobs because it just like goes, yeah, I'm just gonna spam mobs at you. There's no, like, again, with the Sister Splinter fight, if it ever summons 2 mobs with the Splinter fight, Sister Splinter would disappear for a little bit. It gave you enough time to maybe kill one of them, and even then, all of her attacks. Yeah, this one, only the ground slam, and all the things this thing summons are melee fighters, so they come at you, and so they try and attack you, but the melee slam is coming in, but maybe it's going to do a sideways dash, which doesn't kill them, so you have to jump over. It's ridiculous. I was saying, maybe I could just, try and use tools a bunch, because that should have enough potential damage to kill it, especially if I can get through the first phase. But no, because I constantly am having trouble even actually hitting it with a tool, apparently, because it's weird, partly because it's weird movement, partly because it attacks so fast. It attacks so fast. Like, there's no pause in its attacks. It's just attack. And that would be fine for a boss, you have to kind of learn how to dance with it. That's fine. That's actually good design. Throwing some mobs here, that was suddenly a bad design. And, well, at least I've gotten this far. Yeah, that should have killed this moment. But its sideways attack doesn't deal damage to them, for whatever reason. Well, yeah, see? It should have killed that thing then, but this thing is immortal when it's attacking. So that is another, even if you leave it designed normally, the enemies should not have eye flames when they're doing their slash attacks. That is, I will say it, that is, okay, actually, I was about to say it's awful design, but I don't think it's design. I think it's an oversight. I wouldn't be surprised if they patched that, because apparently they patched a few other things. I'm guessing that's just an oversight. They probably just had it, you can't hurt them, because they're thinking, oh, we're not fighting these enemies. And they probably, come on, there's a team of 3 people, and they had probably some outside help. So, a bit of oversight. I think that's just an oversight. That they gave it complete invulnerability when it's attacking. I don't know if it's invulnerable to your silk skills while it's doing it. I would have to be pretty quick to actually see that, because its attack gets over pretty quickly. But you notice it was done with its attack, and the slam attack went right through it looked like. But I think the weird thing is the boss's hitbox almost seems to get smaller when it does a slam attack, because I'm almost certain that I'm close enough to hit it, but I keep missing. But sometimes I'm almost certain that I'm close to be hit by it, but it misses me. So it's like its hitbox shrinks when it starts doing the slam down attack. I don't know if that's actually what happens. But that's what it feels like. It's like the enemies are immortal when they're doing their spam attack. That does 2 damage, by the way. So, they have iframes during their deadly attack. It's really stupid. At least these are big enemies. There's some normal enemies in a later on area that do 2 damage with their immortal attack. And they're flying. And they take 5 hits to kill. And lore-wise, they're supposed to be like a sick sick thing. They're supposed to be sickly, which usually equates to frail. But yet they're still able to fly, throw things at me that I can't knock back at them. Oh yeah, you can attack them out of the air, and it renders them, they won't damage you. You can't hit them back like you can the bells. Why not? I don't know. You should be able to. Because that would actually make that enemy slightly more balanced. Oh shoot! Yeah, see, it's like one time he just immediately decided to charge back. I should have been able to. I should have been able to. Well, did you see that? I just did a very small jump and attacked up. I hit it. But I barely did a hop, but I guess it came out of a stun, so its chin lowered down and Hornet's, the tip of her horn bumped it, so she takes 2 damage. Another thing that they need to remove, or not remove, lower the contact damage to 1. The attack, like if someone, let's say, okay, so, honestly, I understand the contact damage is there for a reason. It's the type of game, so I understand that. But having contact damages too is on bosses that attack you is stupid, because now their attacks feel kind of meh as well. Instead of, oh, the boss does heavy hitting attack, but if I dodge it, well, maybe I bump into the boss, but I'll take a little bit less damage. Stubbing my toe against a bug, even a big bug, that's not moving. So there's nothing there to actually deal damage. It's just like I have a super allergic reaction to them because I stubbed my toe on them. It should not deal 2 damage. It makes no sense. Especially since the contact damage is also on stunned enemies. So when it's stunned, it still hurts you. Yay! Sorry, I've gone into rage. It is just... What the? I told myself to aim the other direction. What the? What? Did the room get darker? I suddenly I couldn't see where the boss was because it was just in shadow over there. What the? Does the room get darker? Why did that happen? Has that happened every single time and I just haven't noticed? Probably. This is just one of those things that I saw that some of the design is like some things in the game are wonderfully done, but some things it feels like, oh, this was done to waste the player's time. We're just gonna throw some mobs in here because the boss is so easy. It's like I kind of hate it because like it's okay to have an easy boss, especially since this is a boss you could fight, get to just from pure skill, way near the beginning of the game. So you should, in fact, be able to come back with like a slightly upgraded weapon. Like I have more tools, like I have better abilities, like I have 1 extra mask, like I have, even though I'm in Act 2 right now. I found 1 complete mask, which is 4 shards, which doesn't actually really help at all because the bosses deal 2 damage. Which, like, I've said that I'm okay with double damage. I would be. It's just that the boss has no cooldown on summoning mobs. And if its sideways attack killed them, that would be fine. But it doesn't. Because as I said, Sister Splinter, she can all of her attacks, even if she summons vines down from the ceiling, those can also kill the boss. It's just the down slam, which has a kind of odd hitbox, it feels like. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm willing to admit that I might just be, wrong about the hitbox stuff. Understandable. I'm not an expert in that. But it's like, so you have to get close enough to this melee enemy that one of them just becomes like the big one just becomes immortal, which the big one, it just summons in at random. It doesn't maybe summon this or can only have one. No, it just summons those guys in at random. Though granted, someone else said it was actually the little flying guys that they found more annoying, which maybe. That's like, it's just, as I said, it's basically, it feels like I saw it in the thumbnail, but I didn't actually watch the video. I kind of wanted to just to see what the person had to say, but there's the term artificial difficulty. I actually was using the term artificial difficulty beforehand, because that's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like, oh, this is a challenge, I need to figure it out, like Widow. That's what they felt. I felt like I was learning the fight. The Last Judge, good boss fight. It was bleh, because I had to go through all the parkour for it every single time I wanted to fight the boss, so that was not well designed. The parkour was good. The parkour was well designed. The boss fight was well designed. They both were challenging, but you put them together and it just becomes a slog. And it just, once you beat the boss, you just feel tired rather than accomplished. It also doesn't help that the Last Judge gave me literally nothing. Like, you think for a big Hallmark boss like that, maybe it would drop a mask shot or something else, but did it drop something? I don't think it dropped anything. Like, I'm pretty sure it dropped literally nothing. Well, except for death. Well, not death, but except for pain, because it explodes and can deal damage to you when you kill it. That's, which, I mean, maybe they wanted you to die and go back to these, so you had to run through their parkour again for some reason, because they seem to love that parkour section. And I said it was a challenging parkour section. It was well designed, though. Like, it had its challenge. Even the enemies in there, which I thought, hey, you know, I could deal with it. I did eventually learn it, but it was just, it took long enough to get back, and enough concentration for me to get back to the Last Judge. I'm not muted, am I? Okay, good. But it took enough concentration that I was already just like, ugh. And then I could fight the Last Judge. And the Last Judge, when I thought back on, I'm like, that was a good boss fight. If I could have just run back there real quick without having to go through all that parkour, I would have loved that fight. It was a good fight. I was learning the boss, figuring it out. This boss is just annoying because it has mobs and stuff. Even though the run back is super quick, it's just a pain. And someone said, oh yeah, you know, use the boomerangs to take out the flying enemy. Well, the boomerang kind of just, it kind of helped with that. But yeah, I should have stayed over there because I could get it more through. No, I just gotta do things. Yeah, by the way, the only reason I know to do this so well is because I fought him so many times. That's the reason I'm able to get to phase 1. Poison him. Ow! I tried to jump there, but no, I couldn't because he attacks so fast. Well, that was lucky. I wonder if he always does. Shoot, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get those. Nope. I hate that. I hate that. Well, that was lucky. Thank you, YouTube, for that bit of advice of running to the opposite wall. that was weird. Because last time I'm pretty sure the boss was closer to that enemy and didn't kill him. But this time, I was almost certain that it wouldn't hit him. But somehow it did. This boss is so weird. Yeah, that time it did kill me. Hello, Chairman and Johnny. How you doing? You missed me ranting about the game when the night is hollow or whatever. Yeah, hopefully I will get done with this well-designed yet still bold boss. Only bold because it can just summon in however many mobs it wants to. If it's RNG, if it decides to keep summoning mobs, then it just keeps summoning mobs. I've seen like 3 or 4 on the screen at the same time. It's stupid. I keep comparing it to a different boss that is... Finally! The stupid thing is dead! And... so yeah, thank you, Tram. Your presence have brought me some good luck. I have finally defeated this annoying thing, and I will dance on its grave. Gimme. You know, infinite gameplay in this economy? You take what you can take. What do you mean? Oh, wait, you mean infinite gameplay as in if I keep losing, then you just have infinite gameplay to watch? Is that what you mean? Also, this might sound big, but it really sounds like Hornet, is struggling on the toilet, right? She's doing this. It just sounds... That is so wrong. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like when you're struggling... Sorry, that is probably not the mental image you needed. Or just struggling for life. Oh, gimme! Oh, I hated that boss. I won that time because, because I got really lucky with accidentally moving in the correct way to where it did the slam attack enough right after it summoned enemies that it would kill them. It killed them almost instantly multiple times. I got lucky with its RNG. And then sometimes it was just doing a bunch of attacks rather than calling in backup. Now, I do know, the only time that boss pauses is when it calls in, and it doesn't actually take that long to call in enemies. So it's like, I never actually got to, hit it any time. I think I might have hit it once when it was calling in. Sometimes it calls in an enemy right above it, which, deals no damage to the boss, but if the cage lands on you, then it deals damage to you. Does it hurt the boss at all? No, of course not. But it hurts you. It's... I think that that boss fight needs a little bit of tweaking. Hello, Oni, how you doing? Thank you, baby, give you mod. Oh, big Oni heads. How you doing, Oni? I hope you had a good day. It's been a long time since I've heard that. Actually, that's right. I forgot. I forgot what I posted on my Discord. That I posted the picture of that, of the cookies I made. I'm like, I'm never escaping the waifu allegations. I forgot. I was like, it's been a long time, but I'm like, oh wait, no it isn't. It was my own fault. And it auto switches crasses. Okay, what does this crest do anyway? I should probably... One moment. I can't read this. Yes, you are wife. Yeah, I'm never escaping that. Okay, what does this say? Deadly Weaver... Oh wait, no, that's just Threadstorm. Nope, that's not what I wanted. With that, I can close that. Oops, now I can't see the chat box. Which button was it? There we go. I want to go into Crest, and what does this say? Terror foes with savage slashes, bind to enter wild fury, and steal life from prey. Wow, so, wait. Okay, I see. I had seen some people saying this crest wasn't that great, and I think I see why now. Because it has, you can't put any of these, like the most useful charms on, or not charms, tools, you can't put any of these on it because they're both the gold type. Yeah, I'm probably not going to use that crest. Because I like my tools. Okay, now since I read that, now I can put the chat box back to where it is. I had to move it. How's my day? My day's been pretty well, thank you for asking. How's your day going? I hope your day's been going well. I hope you had a good stream today if you streamed today. I wonder if this does more. I mean, I see three claw-like things. I wonder if it does more damage. I doubt it. I mean, I can go test it. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. No, I don't think it does any more damage. This game, like, there's so much about it that feels good. Like, there's so much about it that's better than the first game. But some of the things are just like, oh wait, what is that? Okay, it's a. Okay, what does this do? That is kind of interesting. So you bind, and it doesn't look like it wears off. I'm gonna have to test this out a bit. Let me get back to a bench, though. I'll test it out somewhere where there's not death pits everywhere. Okay, good, the trap doesn't reset. Actually, let me equip some stuff on here. Just okay, I always put my knives on. Thing, what is that? You know, actually, this would probably be good with that. So I could drink some booze and suddenly attack faster. I think I would prefer not having an ability on this crest because I don't want to accidentally use it when I'm trying to use a tool. Which is why I constantly am saying I wish the tools... What is that thing? Alright, that's what that thing is. I got distracted by something shiny, sorry. I wish the tools... Hey, do you have anything to say about this? I have a little, gilly. Okay, nope, nothing new. Give me my Reaper Crest back. I want my Reaper Crest back. Okay. Where am I going now? Okay, I can take that off because I finally dealt with that mess. I am... Right, I'm there. I did clear out this. I wonder if there's... wonder if there's any... wonder if that... no, that doesn't have any strings on it. Can I get up here now? I don't think so, but maybe there was. Maybe I could get up here. Now I'm curious. I should probably go back there and check. Except that when I was looking up that boss, I just thought, I know there's another one of those things that's right here. I don't want to fight another one. Actually, I could just go to a Bellway station and just quick travel to that place. Which, wait, is that connected to there, or is that connected to there? I actually don't know. I just feel like I'm missing things here and there. There's this, I feel like I missed something there. I tried to get up higher, but I just feel like there's something still there, even though I went back there and checked. What was that? Alright. Oh, there's something up there, but I think I have to break it from up top. Try going here. Oh, let's just wait, I should put the compass back on so when traveling around. This, let me put that back on. Whee! Now I can actually see where I'm going. Nobody saw that. Is this where I needed to go? No, it isn't. This is not where. Hello, Brave Metal Fan. How you doing? And okay, everybody saw that. I can't hide the fact that I just smacked his head, butted that same ant like 3 times in a row. But how you doing, Fur? I still find the health on these things ridiculous. Ow. Granted, this is an optional area, so I guess it's fine. I didn't know it was optional for a bit. Or did I? I think I eventually figured out. But how you doing, Fur? I do almost wonder if I should just wait and see if they actually patch some of the things. I am going to be reading the patch notes whenever they come out, just because I feel like there's a few things in the game that just need a bit of tweaking. I mean, apparently, when the game first came out, environmental damage, like landing on spikes, did 2 masks of damage. And they removed that, lowered it down to 1, like it should be. So, someone described this game as it felt like what reminded them of when they were making Mario Maker levels, which, I mean, I've never played Mario Maker, but I know it's like, sometimes it's infamous, maybe either infamous or famous, I'm not sure what you'd say, for like having people making really hard levels in it. And so I mentioned, it's like, when they were making Mario Maker levels, they would constantly be testing them to make sure they work. And then it would seem too easy, so they would make it a bit harder and then test it and make sure it worked, but then it would seem too easy, so they kept cranking it up, and then they give the level to their family to play, and their family was like, what the heck is this? And they said that's what Silksong feels like at the moment. Is like the developers kept making it, but it kept being too easy because while you're developing it, you're gonna just get used to all this stuff. Because you're the main developers and the playtesters, like 3 people. So it feels like it was kind of. Can I break this? I see there's like a little bridge here. There looks to be some like. Can I get down there? Let me down. Let me down there. How do I get down here? There wasn't any like exploding stuff around here, was there? But how you doing, Farrah? Ads are about to play with it. Am I supposed to knock that thing off onto there? I just feel like, I mean, I can see a space under there. That's good to hear. Yeah, let me just, I'll just snooze the ads for now. Can I get that to land? I don't have any equipment that explodes, do I? I mean, that, maybe? I doubt this is actually going to work. I mean, come on, I see it like it's like a little bridge there. I'm wondering is why does it... Why did it go that way? And sometimes I hit it goes straight, goes to the right. What? I am confused by the game physics sometimes. Why did it go a shorter distance when I was standing on that side of it? Make it make sense. I don't get it. Yeah, I hit it from the front, but somehow it launches it farther. When I'm doing that, which I by the way, I still find that the fact that this thing's up attack is behind her, it is kind of dumb. Yeah, I'm not jumping in there. Okay, something tells me over there is just a bit of lava. Okay. Good old chakra. That's good to hear you're doing good, Far. Let me see, I'm, where am I going? I was headed off over that direction. Probably go over to the Bellway and get myself a bench. There's actually a bench at this one. Come here, you big cutie. Oh, he's such a good boy. Hey, look at this. It's the most adorable thing ever. Well, that. Look at it, he's so cute. It's saying that is your big purr. Fine, good boy. Let me give him some pets. Because that's basically what that is. It's just petting him. Well, apparently I haven't been here yet. Oh shoot, I wasn't able to force strike quickly enough. Alright, I should probably not stand next to the explosive device. For this exploding rock. I didn't mean to stand that or fall down there. There. Oh. What the? Oh, what the? Oh, shoot. I should have stayed floating. I did not mean to do that. guy down here guarding anything? Goodbye, mister. Yeah, that's where it just came from. I don't want to jump off there. Where the hell am I going? What the? What the? Really? Okay. Let's take your time and do the skip. I barely tapped the jump button. She's like, yeah, I'm just gonna leap all the way into the spikes. I do need to remember, I don't need... to release... the float. So, why did they make that one's hitbox low enough that I couldn't hit it? Okay, so this should be a bit of a save point. I wonder if there's any breakable walls in here. This is a boss fight, isn't it? Hey, it's a flea! Oh, it's a flea. He was just sleeping. He was just sleeping. Yeah, go off to your parents. I mean, it gave me silk. They're gonna make me go through all that parkour every time I'm gonna take on a boss fight, aren't they? Again. Which is just absolutely stupid design because it... Well, someone just explained it in the video where they mentioned the difference between good difficulty and bad difficulty. Was that bad difficulty, the only things that count for as bad difficulty is if it takes away the player agency, and in certain cases you do that anyway because of certain game things or whatnot, or making things happen in the game for story stuff or whatnot. They gave a couple of examples, but I can't remember what they mentioned. And the other thing was wasting the player's time, or not respecting the player's time. So if they put this whole parkour thing in, that's just a harsh punishment. Even if you can do it perfectly every time, it's still a harsh punishment because it just makes you waste a bunch of time to redo the boss fight. When after the parkour, there should always be a shortcut. Always. Which I don't see. Now maybe there is one somewhere. Maybe it's hiding against this wall that I can't see because of the chest. I mean, unless it's like not too long, or it's like as I brought up, the Widow fight is great because you can basically just... Oh yeah, of course it's a boss fight. Because why wouldn't it be? What the fuck? Okay, it's not a boss fight. It's just... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, it's not a boss fight. It's just a, requires some patience. I thought with how it roared, I thought it was a bit of a boss fight. Oh, God, what the? Why did it turn around? Oh, I got a little bit too close. Alright, I'll just sit here and do this. I don't want to deal with this. There. And that right there is another problem with the game. You go through, you find a secret area, you go through all this parkour, and you get some shards. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, it's useful to have, I guess. But can you give us something else? Because constantly I find some sort of shiny object. Okay. Oh, hey, look, something shiny. You know, maybe a new thing. No, it's some shards or a rosary string. That's almost always what you find. And it's just like it feels like they. And the thing is, like, where are my charms that increase my attack range? They could have put one of those in. That would have been great. You know, give players a bit more agency in how they want to play it. You put one of those on, you can't put something else on, so you know there's balance. Attack range or increase attack speed. Now you couple that with the crest that has super fast attack speed. Now you're really snapping it out there. Don't see one of those. One that increases your iframes after you get hit. I loved that crest for that charm. Don't see that anywhere in here either. And it's just, it's like, why couldn't they put those in the game and then you have more rewards to actually put in here rather than just shard bundles, beast shard, yay, shards, more shards. The only reason those are really useful is because they put a limit on how many shards you can carry. So now they're kind of useful because only though when you're in an area trying to fight something. And so you don't want to go and grind some more shards before you go back to the fight. That's really the only time they're useful. Or basically when you need some shards and you don't want to go and grind them. Because you're, trying to fight this boss or something. It's just... So, yay, I went through all that parkour. Got through there. Whoop-de-doo. Got a beast for the bestiary and a beast shard. Yay. As someone said, one of the problems with this game, and it is a problem, is not the difficulty. The difficulty is fun. It's the fact that it is not rewarding enough for the difficulty. It does not reward you properly for the difficulty that it puts you through. Because like if you're gonna have something really difficult, then give at least kind of equivalent rewards, some sort of reward. But the bosses hardly ever drop anything. They never drop any money or anything. It's just like the big creatures drop a shard hunk thing, which can be kind of useful, I guess. It's useful. It's nice. It's a quality of life item to kind of have around. But you don't need it. And that's what I get for all that. For finding a secret area and going back. No, I get kind of meh. Maybe it's because they didn't want to hide anything super useful behind a hidden area. But I only know that's kind of... I already know about an area where apparently they put a bench in some very hidden out of the way area, which is... Good job. Otherwise, if someone mentions like a 5-minute run back to the boss, which is awful. Yeah, the more I hear about this, the more I think it is like the person described. It's like, because the developers were so used to it, they kept trying to up it to be a challenge. Which is understandable. They could get into that loop of, No, like this whole thing they made, it's not that, like, it's a bit of a challenge, but it's not that bad at all because they've been making it and testing it so much, and also because they're making it, they're probably decent at a game. Like, they probably enjoy it for the most part. I mean, I'm guessing. I don't know for certain, but it's like no, which, so granted, I'll give it to them. At least they listened to some player feedback and have, like, they lowered the environmental damage down, because apparently that was 2, as I mentioned earlier. When I first, like, oh, apparently the environmental damage was 2. Okay, I'm gonna go back in here and sit on this bench again. So it's like, yeah, that was a bit much. Like, the thing is, like, why? I'm wondering is why would they even do that in the first place? Like, you accidentally make a mistake, you fall into some spikes, especially in those parkour sections when you're going around and you have an area where you like pop back up at. There's no enemies around for you to heal, so you can take what, like, make 3 mistakes and you're dead. So you can make 2 mistakes, because if you make a 3rd one, you're dead. And you have to do the entire parkour all over. That's what it would have been at this point, because I only have 6 health. Because apparently they decided to have an insane lack of mask shards. Oops, I went too deep. Which is weird, because, like, when you think about it, with how tough Hornet actually is in the first game, and I understand, you know, they established her powers kind of heavily diminished. You know, that makes sense, but if what I feel like this game is partly about is, you know, might as well grab these since they're here, is her, you know, kind of getting back up to her old power level. So she should be able to have a lot more masks by the end of the game. But I have found 1.5 masks. Well, that's 6 mask shards. And I'm partway through Act 2. And apparently there's 3 acts. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it ramps up the amount of ones you get, and maybe I missed some somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's like, okay, I know there's another Savage Beast lying around here somewhere. Right? That is what it's called, right? I think it is. Nope. You know, that is interesting. How they have those there. It's like, how would you ever... Could you actually... What is it? Could you actually get... Oh, one more. Let me just practice. Yoink. Hey, do you have anything new to say? Sorry, I was collecting points and something. I was lurking in the stream. Oh, stream on. Tell, how goes the journey? I have ventured high, seeing the citadel and its state. That place is long lost. Generations lost. A gilded tomb drowned in silk dregs. For its minions, so compelled in my capture, I now see clearly the source of their unity and their strange strength. They are husks bound tight by the one who waits at its crest. Ah, look at you, sing right through to the truth of it. Closer even than I dare to dig. But then you're clearly of the countenance to be coping with such heady... Is that heady or heady stuff? Such heady stuff. Probably heady stuff. Yeah, my brain just starts getting confused with some things. Honestly, excellent writing in the game. That's one thing I will praise about it. Very good writing. Some of the characters just talk goofily. But I will say, sorry to go on and on about this, but I think Team Cherry did not lose sight, but I think they missed part of why the first game was so wonderful. And that wasn't the difficulty. The challenges were an add-on to the experience. so you didn't just zip through it all. They were there as a bit of a challenge, but they were always rewarding in a way because you're always learning stuff. Some of the bosses just seem flat. Like, why are they there? They're there as an obstacle, and that's it. They don't even drop anything. But like, this made me think about it because I mentioned the story, because like the story of the first game, like the first game was so enjoyable to me because I loved exploring. The exploration was so great. Just finding stuff, getting places you aren't really supposed to be yet. Like I got the tram pass. Well, I got the tram pass before I got the double jump. And I think before I got the crystal dash. I think I used an enemy to get over an area. Either that or I managed to do like a weird curving jump. And then it was really difficult for me to get back out of that area. I thought I had somehow soft locked myself because Hollow Knight was the first Metroidvania I ever played. And I think this would be the second. So I was like, what the hey? Why did they make it like this? Where I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to be able to jump over, so I was like trying to do this weird jump, and I eventually succeeded. And I got there, got the tram pass way early. But that was one of those just fun things about it, and it was the exploration and finding stuff in Hollow Knight, and the story, and the looking at the exploration was the main fun. And then yes, you can go in, or at least for me it was. I'm sure for some people they love the boss fights, but I would think those same people probably also loved the exploration. Their first, even if they loved the boss fights, maybe you're exploring to find boss fights. The exploration is a main thing. In here, the exploration just leads to more pain. It doesn't lead to cool things. Well, sometimes it does. Okay, it does lead to cool things, but I think the best thing is someone put it. The best way someone put it was that the Hollow Knight had like ebbs and flows. Like you would have like a difficult area, but then it would tone down a little bit. Like the next area might not be super difficult, or sorry, I need to shift my position, stretch out a little bit. Like it would like ramp up for like maybe a boss fight or an arena or an area, and then it would maybe calm down a little bit, or like it had more of an exploration feel. But this is just like, okay, you're done with this area. Every single room is, here's a bunch of platforming and enemy, and it just seems like it's go 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 go, and it exhausts you after a while because it's all tense action, and there's no relief. You might think beating the boss is a relief. No, because of how some of the things are designed, like the Savage Beast Fly. Once I was done with it, yeah, I went, alright, I'm gonna dance on the thing's corpse. But it was more of a, good, I'm done with that. I don't have to do it again. Except I know there's another one. But when the boss feels like, good, I'm done with it, I could move on from that annoying thing. Rather than, alright, I accomplished something, then you know you have a problem. As I will always go back to the fight with Widow. Interesting enough, Widow is also one of the bosses that only dealt 1 damage. But that fight was fun. Oh, and Widow, somehow, the run back to Widow was also awesome. Like, I think it added somehow they made the run back to that just long enough. Because you had to do a couple of jumps to get up and then get into the shortcut. And then you could just sprint back. Sprint and jump because, and you need to be moving fast because some enemies pop up. But if you just book it across there, you can get over them before their hitbox actually pops up. So you feel like you're dodging through the enemies, jumping over gaps, flipping around, get back in, get through that tunnel, or get right back into the Widow fight after like going through the little bit of the bell area. Like, it's really fast, and the run back makes you feel like you're saying, get me back in, like, get me back in there, I want to try again. That's what the run back feels like, and that's also what you feel like, because the Widow fight was just a lot of fun, at least for me. I know different people, click, some people just click with different bosses. And then the fact that after you, like, take them out, and it looks like they're dead, and then they pop back in, and the music ramps back up, it's not like a, oh shoot, there's more of this. No, it's a, all right, there's more of this. Yeah, let's go. And then they proceeded to kick my rear all over the place. And yeah, it was like a little bit of that attack is now way harder. Like their actual melee attack is way harder to dodge in the phase 3, would you call it? But oh, I loved that fight. The Widow fight was just wonderfully done. And I said, maybe it's just because the fight clicked with me. And I died to Widow quite a number of times. But oh, it was fun. I will, as much as I have ranted about things I do not like in the game, I will rant about how much I loved that fight. And there was also, I can't remember what they were called, the fight with the two bosses. Well, you fight one for a bit, and then a second one comes out, I think. Or do both come in at the beginning? I can't remember. But the ones with like the big drill on their head, basically, that keep zipping around the screen. That fight was actually pretty good. It didn't spawn any mobs, remember? If I remember correctly, I don't think it did. I'm pretty sure it didn't summon any mobs because there was 2 bosses. And that, like, it took me quite a few tries to get there. But also the run back to that, when I think about it, was if you sprint and just book it back to it, you can get past the mobs, the enemies that are in your way. The run back to the last judge is not like that. Because you have to be doing these jumps back and forth, and the one mob has to spawn if you just run and jump. No, you're going to dive into it. You have to go up, wait for it to wait like a little bit for it to pop down. You can't just do a sprint jump. You have to just do a normal jump, go off its head, get going. So you don't have that zoom back through feeling. No, you have to like do these, not really pinpoint, but you have to do these pretty precise jumps and hit in the beginning, like jump and hit in the beginning, because you don't want to wait for that thing to just pop down and have to kill it every single time, because that's just a pain. So I was like, yeah, but as I said, that parkour before the last judge was, when I think back on it, it was a challenge, but it was pretty good. Pretty good parkour room. It was a good room. And the last judge boss fight, the reason I was so annoyed with it is because I had to do all that parkour, and it just took up a bunch of time. It, again, one of the categories of bad difficulty is not respecting the player's time. And that did not do it, because it makes you go through this. I'm sure a lot of people don't get it, because they're probably just good enough at the game that it didn't take them that many times. And for the people who love long run backs, you know what? More power to you. I don't want to take away from people's enjoyment. I understand people enjoy different things, but that's it. I guess from what I know, from what I heard, the boss isn't necessary, but I have no idea what the other path, where the other path is. I don't know where it is. I never found the other pathway around it, apparently, which apparently exists. But it's just, it needs some more work. I think developers need, okay, as someone put it, they basically needed some beta testers who have never played the game, and not people who are super, super good at the game, this type of game either. Just some people who probably, like, enjoy Hollow Knight and played it a good bit, like, enjoy it, so they know what they're doing, but they needed some beta testers, because as the one person said, it was like him when making a Mario Maker level. Because he was testing it so much, all these super difficult things seemed easy to him by the time he was done testing and making sure it worked. So it seemed easy, so he made it a bit harder because it was too easy, you know? Mario Maker, like, he wanted to be a challenge for people. And then he presented it to someone, like, here, you know, try out the level I made. And they were like, what the hey? What the hey is this? Like, it was insanely difficult. Basically, they basically implied they had made an insanely difficult Mario Maker level, but it wasn't that difficult to them because they had spent so much time testing it. So they just couldn't see it. So, you know, I can't be upset about the developers for that. But hopefully they learn from this, and hopefully they do. I hope they do change some things just to have some better quality of life. Like the Savage Beast slide, when it charges sideways, should kill the mobs then. Because why the thing is, why wouldn't it? It doesn't really make sense that its down attack does, but its sideways attack doesn't. So why? Or it should at least hurt them somewhat, but I don't think it does. It's like, what? Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it? And because that, as I said, that thing can just, if you get bad RNG, you can just summon some things in, do a couple of other attacks, summon 2 more in, and suddenly you have like 4 other enemies floating around the screen. And it gets a little bit ridiculous. I beat it because I got lucky that it did a slam attack, basically the nosedive attack, right after it summoned them multiple times. I got that lucky, and it killed them. Anyway, sorry for ranting. I rant because I like the game, but it has problems. And if anybody calls it perfect, I will just simply say, no game is perfect. I'm pretty sure if I went back and played Hollow Knight, I'd find something in there that I would just go, yeah, this ain't right. Though I just get how I can't think about something off the top of my head. It was pretty close, but I'm sure it's got some problems. I'm sure there are some little... Again, Hollow Knight, they've had years to tweak and update it. I'm sure they probably did some balancing when that game first came out. I'm sure they did. I probably should have waited longer to play this because I didn't realize that they would need to balance some things. So that might be my bad. Like, for instance, I think Hornet's attack range should be a bit larger. Or maybe the tips of her horns shouldn't, you know, count as part of her hitbox, where she bumps her horn into something and takes 2 damage. Because I'm pretty sure they made her hitbox actually her. So, you know, when I try and jump up and hit attack, oops, I barely bump something's big toe and I suddenly take 2 masks of damage. It's a little ridiculous, and I have to jump like that because of her attack range, and I'm using the Reaper Crest, and I still bump into things. So it's got some problems. Unless somewhere is there actually something to increase your attack range? I would love it if that's the reason the Hollow Knight system worked so well. And some of the things they had right near the beginning. Pretty quickly, you could find Sly. He's got something to increase your iframes in case you're having problems with that. And remember, you don't have a lot of charges in the beginning. So you can find the iframe boost, or you can have there's the long nail as well. So, you know, if that's what you're having trouble with, here's something to help the player. But it still comes at a cost. You have to buy it, and you have to take up the charm notches to help cover your own weaknesses. Hollow Knight had charms to cover basically every weakness of a player. And it was still challenging. It's not like things were a breeze. I mean, granted, my favorite charm setup made the Hollow Knight fight a breeze, but, well, trying to fight Radiance with that charm setup, now see, there's the challenge. You're gonna fight Radiance, you have to fight him with the same charms you fought the Hollow Knight with, and they don't, they're a bit different fights. So, you know, good design there. Like, hey, you want to get the special ending? You're gonna have to work for it a bit. Or quite a bit. You know, and the interesting thing about Radiance is they had no contact damage. which was, but they had like spamming attacks all over the place, and it was hard for me to focus because there were so many things. But they didn't have contact damage, so it worked because it just worked like that. That's why all those attacks everywhere worked, because you could just focus on trying to dodge, and there was plenty of attacks to dodge. But yeah. Sorry, I've gone on a whole nother level. I hope this game is rebalanced better. I don't want an easy mode in it. That would just seem like a cop-out. I'm fine with bosses dealing double damage, I guess. Sure. Just make me able to go back in and fight the boss sooner. The Savage Beast Fly needs to be able to hit things with its sideways attack. That would have made that fight a lot better. Like, just as I said, just like Sister Splinter could kill all the mobs she summons with any of her attacks. Even when she summons a vine down, which is, I guess, technically an attack of hers, those vines could just stab right through her the things she summons. Kill them right out. It worked. Worked just fine. Savage Beast Life, not so much. Yeah, well, I need to... What the hey is that thing? Oh. One of the things about this is, like, it's gotten to the point, like... I should finish this conversation before I keep talking. Well, let's see. Yeah, coping with such heady stuff. Okay, now... yeah, I just interrupted my own rant. Now, as you'll be heading, you're clearly planning to stir up some serious trouble. I don't want to be close when it kicks off. As I said, the writing is wonderful. I just think the one guy's right that they spent too much time testing it and everything seemed too easy for them, so they cranked it up a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and they went too far. Because again, the joy of the game is exploring it. If you want a difficult fights, well, the first game had Dot Home. First game had Dot Home. You want, like, the players, if you want to just give us a challenging boss fight that's really brutal, you have Dot Home. You go fight the bosses. You want even more than that? Here you go. Here's a boss rush mode that I'm pretty sure, can you do that on Radiance? Or in a Radiant difficulty? Can you do those boss rushes on, like, Radiant difficulty? I know you can, like, lock all of your upgrades, so you're doing them with no upgrades as well. Like, there's the difficulty, and that's completely optional. And then the people who just like exploring the world can enjoy the world. But this game, it seems like they made it so punishing and just so every area seems to have to just try to beat you into the dirt, except like a couple of the early game areas. It's like it's designed to wear you down. And it's just, exploring areas isn't really fun anymore. I mean, some areas are fun, but by the time you get to them, you're exhausted. Yeah, it needs some rebalancing. Like, the flying enemies should not be as tough as they are. Their AI is so much better, they need to be balanced by being weaker. But, yeah. And actually, in my opinion, it was just the one type of flying enemy. Like, any flying ranged enemy. Flying melee enemies? You know what? They have to get close to you. They can fly away, but then they have to get close to attack you. So, you know what? Those are a bit of a, you need to use a bit of skill to fight them. It's fine. Jump up out of the way of the attack, hit them once or twice with some pogos, jump over them, hit them from behind maybe. They work. The flying ranged ones, no, because they just float away from you. I'm thinking about a very specific enemy, by the way, that just constantly floats away from you, and the only time it gets near you is when it does an attack, where it spins in a circle and becomes invulnerable. And that's also the attack that deals 2 damage. Because of course it has an attack that deals 2 damage. Which is absolutely ridiculous, because sometimes you have 1 or 2 of those guys showing up in an arena fight. It's just, it's it's like, hey, let's punish the players just for the sake of punishing the players. What happened to making like just a good game experience? Because this game has it in some places, but some places it doesn't. It is. It's got, and as I said, I criticize it because I do enjoy the game. I do like it, and I want it to be better, and I want to enjoy my time playing. But some of the it just has such a, in some areas have a lack of quality of life. I've already, in a different stream, I've already been on a very long rant about what I legitimately said is a terribly designed room. There's one room which I look at and okay, everything, even if everything else I said was just subjective, I'm pretty sure that room that has an upgrade in it is objectively badly designed. And it's because you get an ability. I'll just quickly explain it in case anyone's wondering. It's because when you get it, you get the ability, you now have a checkpoint. And then you get through the parkour room because the door locked behind you when you came into the room. Okay, so you have to use a new ability. Do this, not like parkour, but basically new movement ability. Okay, so you need to use it to get through the room. You get to the end, there's an arena fight. If you die in the arena fight, pop back down where you got the ability. Which means you don't have a bench, so you cannot, you took away, again, the other difficulty thing that shows bad difficulty. Taking away player agency. Because now that's what that room does. Because you can't swap out your equipment, you can't remake your tools, you can't do anything except do the parkour, fight the arena fight. You are forced to do that, nothing else. There's no other way out. Or, I don't know, maybe there's some other secret way out. Who knows, maybe there's some way to break something so the arena fight doesn't happen. Because when you pull on that lever, or when you pull on a certain thing in there, then a light shines on you. But somehow I doubt it. I should actually kind of look that up and wonder if there is a way of just stopping that arena fight from happening. So that would be interesting, because then I could give it a pass, I suppose. But I just now thought about that this much time later. But the fact that it's like, yeah, here's an arena fight that happens when you pull this, I highly doubt there's a way of stopping that fight from happening. So now, and it was because, why I say it's badly designed is because there's no bench there. Also, as someone put it, the arena fights are just badly, all of the arena fights in this game are kind of, in a way, badly designed because the enemies drop nothing in them for some reason. They mentioned in Hollow Knight, if you fail at an arena fight, well, at least you come back there, beat up your shade, and you're at least a little bit of money ahead from fighting how you have to win that if you're going to keep the shade, unless you manage to attract it from the edge, which, that's a bit of a reward for being careful and getting your shade's attention from the edge before you step into the actual fight. No, it's a reward for players thinking outside the box a little bit, which is good. But in this game, it's like, yep, sure, it's a cocoon, so you don't have to beat up your shade. And sure, your cocoon can be near the beginning of the arena fight, but the arena fight they don't drop anything, so you're just stuck with no progress the whole time. It's just a bit like, why? Like, they should at least, even if they don't drop the roses, they should at least drop shards. So if you use your tools, something that you do to the game, very nice by the way, like, then you should at least be able to keep up with the shards a little bit. And keep remaking your tools while you try this arena fight over and over. Instead, if you fail too many times, you're just going to be forced to go off and grind and, hey, look at that, not respecting the player's time. Because you put a bunch of fight into the arena fight, and you, once again, get nothing. Because I've noticed quite a few fights in here, you don't really get anything from them. Yeah, like, I know sometimes there's like an upgrade or something afterwards, but sometimes. I think it's because it's not like it's any one thing. I think it's because of a combination of all the stuff of sometimes the enemies just being more brutal. The game just seemed to be a bit of a drag in some areas, and you have to get back there, and because the enemies are more annoying, it can be a bit more annoying to get back to the fight, and you get done with the fight, it's just, all the enemies have, I'm pretty sure that enemies just have more health than they did in Hollow Knight. Sorry, I've gone on like a 20-minute rant here or something like that. I shouldn't be doing this. But the game has problems. I like it. It's got problems. No game is perfect. Hopefully they can update this to be better. But yeah. It is... I want to love it so much more than I do. That's the problem. It's because I can see there's so much good here. But it's not overshadowed. But it is a little bit shadowed by the mistakes made. And so it's just like, well, I'm trying to enjoy the wonderful writing and the wonderful story and the boss fights. By the time I get to them or get done with the boss fight, I'm just tired. And that's not what you want out of this game. What you want is to have the challenging boss fight and then even if it's just a feeling of, whew, I finally did it. I don't get that. Drink! Sorry for ranting. Hi, Paz. Sorry, I was going on a rant again. I love this game, but it's got enough problems that sometimes my brain just goes off on like a 10 to 20 minute rant. Sorry, Paz. Every time you come in, I start ranting. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No worries. Everybody scares me. Everybody, all the alerts end up scaring me. But sorry, I feel like every time you pop in and I'm playing this, I'm ranting about something. And I just want to make it clear, I do love the game. And because I love it, that's why I rant about it. Because I want to enjoy it. And some things make it very hard to enjoy. But yeah. I really need to control my rants. Because I just felt like I have just been just bouncing between topics. I will praise, if I ever want to hear me praise it, just ask me about the Widow fight, and I will go on and on about how much I loved fighting Widow, even though she kicked my rear end multiple times. Oh boy, I loved that fight. It's fine, you be you. Shouldn't have to stop ranting on my account. Well, yeah, hey, if people enjoy me ranting, I'm fine with it. I just want, don't want to, give people a bad viewer experience, I don't know if people enjoy me ranting or not. But I guess that's me. Because the weird thing is, I don't think I've ever gone on rants at all when streaming, except in Silksong, and in a way, I guess that gives it an accomplishment. Congratulations, you get a You Made Blade rant at you star. Multiple of them! Like 5 at this point. I wonder if I should keep track of how many rants had gone on. But yeah. It's because I love it that I criticize it. And I will continue to glaze the Weaver fight every time. Because I'm pretty sure I have done that every time. And the Sister Splinter fight. Apparently they nerfed that a little bit. I wonder what the Sister Splinter fight was like pre-nerf. Because apparently they made that a little easier. That's all the patch note says. I'm like, what did they do to it? Apparently they made it a little easier. But I'm kind of wondering what it was like pre-nerf. Because once I figured that fight out, it is I think it is one of the only boss fights I can say I actually thought the mobs that get summoned in it. Because I hate it when the boss fight has mobs getting summoned. That is just annoying. But Sister Splinter, I actually thought it added something and made it better because that's one of her attacks. But then you notice, oh, both her vines and her claw attack can kill the mobs she summons in. And it becomes a little bit more of a dance of you go on the defensive and just let her take those things out and then start fighting her again. And it actually added something. I'm like, I was amazed because I was ranting about it a bit, and then I was like, wait, and then I kind of realized, yeah, the mobs actually work in that fight. I was amazed they managed to make a boss fight. Then I actually thought the boss summoning mobs to help fight you added to the boss fight. I will praise that fight too. They did that one good. I don't know what it was like earlier. People watch me screaming and acting like a brat. If people are willing to watch that, then I'm certain people will be willing to hear you rant. Yeah, it's just, well, I suppose you could say it's not the type of streams I want to do, but it is me, and what you see is what you get with me when I'm on stream. If I'm annoyed by something, I'll let people know. I prefer to try and keep a cheerful attitude, but yeah. Well. I should probably finish the conversation in the middle of. But I hope you had a good stream. I saw you were streaming Silksong as well. Admittedly, I've kind of, oops, did I forget to push the lurk button in this? I think I did. But what was it? I've kind of given up on avoiding spoilers, not because I keep seeing them, but because the game keeps beating me down. I'm just like, I'm just gonna look up. Which is one of the things I will say about it in comparison to the original Hollow Knight. The only things I can remember ever looking up in the original Hollow Knight are, the first thing was advice on fighting the Mantis Lords, because it was the first Metroidvania I had ever played was Hollow Knight, so, I wasn't that great at it. So, Mantis Lords, yeah, they were kicking me around. So I looked up some advice, and then I went like, oh, that's kind of how you do this. Then I was able to do it after a few tries. So there's the Mantis Lords, and then, I think the next time I looked something up, I had gotten every single map, and because I got the achievement for getting every single map, I knew, okay, I've been everywhere. And then I looked up where to find charms and charm notches. And then I think the last thing I looked up was like advice on fighting Radiants. The only three things I ever actually looked up. Completely avoided spoilers for Hollow Knight. It's not difficult. And I think saying it's too difficult is the wrong word. It's too punishing, and it doesn't reward you enough for completing its challenges. As someone pointed out, the arena fights in Hollow Knight, the enemies drop money. In this, the enemies drop nothing. They don't even drop shards to help you replenish your tools that you use in the fight. And it's kind of meh. Oh, Paz, though, I'm wondering. Let me finish this conversation, because I'm curious what your thoughts on a certain room, which is, from everything else I've said, I'll admit, you know what, it could just be subjective. But there is a certain room that I think I could say is objectively badly designed. And I can mention it when I'm done with this conversation, because I've been stuck here for a while ranting. On the far side of Farloom, I chanced upon a bug starkly similar to yourself. From her home, her dress, right, this is also why I wanted to talk to her, because I met the other one who mentioned her. From her home, her dress, and her skill, I'm guessing you share some relation. I met my sister, you did. In order at least. Glad to hear she's still among the living. It has to hold true to the old ways of the pen she was. I sure ain't sharing many of those violent values no more. I'll warn you, stray one. My sister might seem all cheer and charm, but buried beneath, there's the soul of a killer. Yeah, the room I was talking about is the room where you get that ability. That room. Because of how that room's designed, it's like, okay, you walk in there, the door locks behind you. Okay, that's a bit ominous. You go there, you get a new movement ability. You can now use this and hook onto the rings. It's like, okay, the door locks, so it forces you to use this ability and learn how to use it. It makes you learn how to use this ability to get out. you know what? I'll give it good design there. And then there's an arena fight at the end. With no reason for it to be there, by the way. I don't get at all why that even needed to be there. But there's an arena fight there. And because there's an arena fight there, let's say you die in the arena fight. You respawn where you got the ability. You don't have a bench, so you cannot remake your tools, you cannot swap out your equipment, and you're stuck in the room. You are then forced to use whatever you were equipped with, and your limited tools that you cannot remake because there is no bench, to get through that arena fight. That is the worst designed thing I have ever seen in this game. In a lot of games, that is one of the... Because, well, as someone explained, how to tell if something is, like, what is good difficulty versus bad difficulty. Bad difficulty is not respecting the player's time, like wasting the player's time with no reason, just wasting their time, just to waste their time. Like not respecting the player's time, and the other one is taking away player agency. And that room did both. Because you have to go back through all that parkour. There's not even a ladder. Like, it would be a little bit better if, like, when you get through the parkour, if you get hit something and cut out the second section. Or make the second section a little easier or something. Like, just something that you could break and knock down so the parkour is a little bit shorter. You know, a little bit of a reward for getting through the parkour and learning how to use the ability. Nope, none of that either. You have to do the entire thing every time. Which isn't a lot. Nope, I didn't mean to talk to them. But they were just repeating that. But it's you have to go through the entire whole thing. And then you have the arena fight every time. And you only have what tools are on you. And it wasn't like there was a bench super close to that room either. What if I was low on tools? It was just the stupidest, most worst design thing I have seen in a long time. It's just really... Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that on. It's just pretty terrible. Because, again, it wastes the time. So you have to go right back through all that horror. And it... Well, for one thing, the arena fight, it wasn't guarding it. The only thing the arena fight was guarding was your way out. And it takes away your player agency because you are forced to do that fight with whatever crest you have. I'm lucky I had the Reaper crest, so I actually had some decent attack range against... So I could, like, jump up and hit things that were trying to come at me and explode on me. That deal do massive damage, of course, because, well, that's normal, though, having exploding enemies do that. It's just... That room was just... I was like, no, that room was terribly designed. Like, there's no reason for the arena fight. That's one of my main problems. Like, it shouldn't have even been there. Nice spiky ball, dude. Have fun. Anyway, now with that ranting, hey. I also hate... So, my question is, if you're still in your past, do you know if there's any reason why the Reaper crest attacks behind you when you're doing up? Like, what? I have missed so many attacks because for some reason she decides that she needs to attack behind her. It is... I'm just gonna say it's kind of stupid because there's no reason for it. Like, I don't get it at all. And I admit part of the reason I miss attacks because I have a habit from other games where you hold the up button. I think there are games where you hold the up button and moves. Okay, that was just my bad. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there are games are like you hold the up button and you jump higher. And for some reason, I have a habit of holding the up button whenever I jump. So I constantly am doing that, and I'm trying to hit something like right in front of me. But I'm punished using the Reaper Crest because its up attack isn't in front, isn't like, you know, like its down attack. Why can't its up attack be the same where she just does an arc? No, she swings it behind her. When do you ever have an enemy behind you? It's just... I don't get it. I do not get at all why is that even a thing. It makes no sense to me. What the... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Really? They're doing the haha, we're gonna trap you in here again thing. Like, oh wait, before I go down here, I should get a bench. This better not be a you have one shot at this area. Because I would not put it past this game to do that. Oh, you've got... I stopped moving. Okay, one moment. I need to move the chat. Like, there's also that where Hornet, instead of stopping her movement because you have a sprint, she, like, when you push back the other direction, she still moves a little bit farther because of the sprint. She has momentum. And so I'm constantly falling. Or getting hurt. Oh, yay. Yeah, and then there's this. I find a secret thing. Oh, what does it have? Shards. I don't need any more shards. Like, do I break this because maybe it'll drop something else? I don't think so. Oh, no, it's just a bunch of... Not even that many shards. This is what I'm talking about, where the game does not reward you well enough for, like, it's just shards and rosary string. It's just kind of... Also, there's those things which I find completely unnecessary. Where the Haven am I? Oh, that almost looks like a face. Like, I get the breaking platforms is... But like, this is one thing I'll say. These things you see all over the place. It's like they overuse them. The only thing kind of like this, I think there was a couple of things kind of like this. Right, there was, in like Queen's Gardens, there was the platforms which fell down, but there was usually one underneath it. These don't have that. And then the other thing kind of like this was in the Crystal Peaks, but those flipped over, and you could pogo off them and they would flip back normal. These just become something, even though they have a magnetic rock sitting there, you can't hit it, you can't pogo off from it, wait for the rocks to get pulled back. It's just you only have so much time. Again, making it harder without like why? What even is the reason? Just to make the parkour more difficult? Just let people explore, let people fight the bosses, let people play the game. But they don't want to do that. What I want to do is just make things as difficult as possible, which is why I start ranting, because it's just like... It's like, as I said, it feels like they made it to be a pain just for the sake of being a pain. even is this place? What? Okay, yeah, here's another terribly designed thing. Because guess what? Yeah, it's all the way down there. So I have to go through... I have to make my way back up there. There's no bench near it. Well, there's a bench kind of near it. But I think that's through the Weaver door. So I'll have to wait again, waste a bit of time going through the door, or waste time running all the way back, and then go through all that parkour, even though I could just kind of float down it, just to retry the fun. Let's take another example from Hollow Knight, shall we? Dreamgate. There, explained. Dreamgate was an excellent... yes, I forgot to use it when I was trying to fight the Traitor Mantis Lord. So that's one reason that boss drove me nuts, is because I had to go through all the parkour to get back to it. Because I was stupid and forgot that I could just, you know, put down a Dreamgate right outside of it. Actually, I think that's one of the fights I might have actually looked up... I think I did actually, that's a fourth thing I looked up, because I looked up how to fight that thing. Okay, one more. I need to move my... and add this. Huh, interesting. You have someone else pulling up who's way ahead of me in this. And, oh look, it looks like they have 8 masks. Yay, they can take 1 more hit than I can. And I know they are way ahead of me. They're way, way better at the game. They're way ahead of me. And oh look, they finally got 2 more masks so they can take 1 more hit from bosses. Yeah, so... where's that, like, nice, like, reward of finding another mask shard? The excitement of finding a mask shard is just kind of so diminished. Because it's just, it doesn't feel like it actually helps you survive all that much at all. I forgot about that guy. Have I killed enough of them? I actually don't. Yeah, so there's another boss. There's a bench back here. This will probably be faster, but it makes me do this every time to waste the player's time, and that is why we call it artificial difficulty. Because it's just things like the rest areas being put far enough away, putting long parkour before a fight. It's just there to waste your time. By the way, yes, this is... like, I would like to replay this game. I'm going to mod the tar out of it if I go to replay it, so I can actually, you know, enjoy it. I'm just gonna be stubborn, and also because I don't want people being like, "Well, your first experience with it is modding it." I don't want to mod it for my first time playing through it. Yeah, look at all this. All of this is a time waster. Why is this parkour here? Parkour should have, once you... actually, this isn't even parkour. It's just floating down. Or... I don't even know why. I'm pretty sure they put that thing there knowing people would be dropping down. It's like, why is all of this here? And there's spikes at the top of those too for some reason. So what do you want to bet I get like some rosaries or some shards after this fight, huh? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's all I get from this. Which would make me kind of just not want to do it. Even if I get a mask shard, it would be kind of underwhelming because I already take so much damage anyway. And I've even said that I... What the heck was that? Wait a minute. What the heck is that? Oh, you got it. And see? And now they have lava on the floor, so I can't even move properly. And then they have a flying enemy which constantly runs away from you. Which is bad. Well, it's a bad design because of how tough they made the enemies. Let's just make the enemies tough, and then the flying ones have just as much health as everybody else. And what? Yeah, like that. I try and jump up and hit it at one, and I bump into it for... Why? Oh, right, because my attack range seems kind of pathetic. Yeah, I should have used Threadstorm on it. Wait. Oh wait, what was I going? Oh, right, I forgot. We're fighting in lava. I should go and swap out to I should go and swap out to have And why couldn't they put a bench? Like what would having a bench in that area? Would it be too close to the other two? I don't think so. Yeah, it'd be kind of close, but why not? Why couldn't you put a bench right there? No, you make people run back through. And also, like, the thing is, why does the door seal behind you? I mean, you're obviously going to go down there, so why you can't get out of that pit? Why make the door seal behind you? I don't get it. Well, maybe if you had the double jump, you could get out of that room somehow. Maybe bounce off one of the enemy's heads and jump out. So maybe there's a way and they don't want you, like, going up and out. But I'm pretty sure they have like boss fight kind of things where you can just, like the big huge ant guy, you can just leave that room. So I make the door seal you in. It's weird. Like, why? I guess maybe it adds to the atmosphere a bit. I guess that's true. It kind of adds to the atmosphere. But it's some rocks. Why can't I just hit the rocks and break them or use a silk seal and blast them away or something? It's literal magic, basically. But no. Yeah. Okay, faster healing. I think I'm going to keep the poison thing. I want the magma bell. I mean, I don't need this, but I don't really know what else I would use down there. I guess I can put the shard one on, just so when I'm killing things on my way back, I get a bit more shards in case I use a bunch of tools and die. Okay, these knives, they're useful, but I don't think I'll be able to really hit anything. I could try those. Those would have a bit more. These... So let me put those on there. I'll put those on there. These ones... Actually, I think they do only last so long before they shoot out, but I could throw them out and hopefully they would hit something. I need to remember to use the pole attack. That's what I need to remember to do on the flying enemies. That's probably what I am supposed to do. I was supposed to use that on the flying enemies. Which, if this was a charm system, I could, you know, put it up there, but this isn't. So they lock you into, only putting certain colors on these, which, by the way, I think it's just kind of stupid. Like, why? Let players put builds together. I can have 2 of these. But it looks of it out because of this, I'm probably going to get a blue one over here, so I could probably have 3 of these charms that are... This type is usually the better for combat type. Yeah, there's this one. Magnetic dice, so... Like, that's good for combat. But other than that, like... I get, like, 2, so technically I suppose that's kind of 3, but... Like, these are the certain type that you usually are, like, swapping out when you're going to go into combat. Like, why not let players mix and match things a bit more? No, you basically limit them to probably going to eventually be 3 max. And so it just feels so limiting, where Hollow Knight, you could, as you were getting charm notches, like in here, like charm notch, oh, that was like a amazing find and an awesome upgrade. Here, yeah, I have 4 memory lockets because, I mean, maybe I'm gonna find a crest I like want better, and I don't really need that other yellow crest. It'd be maybe a bit of convenience. Maybe I'll find something to stick there eventually. Memory lockets are kind of because also I kind of like to have actual decent attack range, so I'm using the Reaver crest. So I'm not upgrading the other ones. So the memory lockets don't really mean as much at all. So yeah, even the reward of finding a memory locket is just less than finding a charm notch. Because it doesn't mean as much. And again, the whole memory locket thing is like, oh, so I just wanted a bit more silk. But basically, it's like, where'd that one fly off to? It goes right over his head, gotcha. What was it? I can't even remember what I was saying. Shoot, I forgot. I was actually going to... Right, I was ranting about this stuff. Because just like... It's just so limiting. It's like... Let me put whatever on here. Because yes, would that be a bit... way more powerful? Yes! But it would be more fun. Because you'd be like, ooh, I like these ones, I can make my build. I could put these different things together. No, they limited the play. They made the enemies harder, gave the enemies better, harder hitting movesets, and more difficult movesets, which is fine. But then they limited what the player can do in a lot of ways. Yes, Hornet can do a lot more stuff. Like, yeah, she's a bit faster. Yeah, she has a sprint, but when do you ever really use a sprint in combat? You use the dash a lot, but the Knight had a dash. When do you ever use her actual sprint in combat? I'm guessing you can probably use it here and there, but it's not a giant thing. Especially since she has a larger hitbox, so if you get a little bit too close, you're just going to bump into them. By the way, what I mean by larger hitbox is attack hitbox versus player hitbox. And not versus, but attack hitbox, like attack and player hitbox of the first game versus attack and player hitbox of the second game. Hornet has a bigger player hitbox in comparison to her attack hitbox than in the first game. Now that might just be from my perspective, because I was basically always using a charm that increased my attack hitbox. But that's why the charm system worked. That's why having an attack range booster worked. It's because, yeah, you use up a slot to do it. And it just worked, because there was plenty of other great stuff to put in that slot. Slot or slots. Because, you know, the charm notches. Some of them took more. Mark of Pride took 3. But it worked. And this, it's limiting. Yeah, Hornet has better moves. That's like her better moves are quality of life stuff. Like, I do like, but when you ever do use the float during combat, unless it's a fight designed for you to use the float. I guess I can use that, but that also takes up a bit of silk, and I just wasted a bunch of silk doing that, like an idiot. Because of course the thing you get that slowly regenerates silk. I think that would actually be better if it could regenerate all of it. If it just took a longer and longer, like a ridiculous amount of time to get the last few. Like, make it go pretty quickly, and then it just takes even longer, and then even longer, and then even longer, and maybe limit it to where it can. Okay, you know, that, yeah, granted, that might be a bit rough, but it would be something. Where, like, especially since there are some areas where, like, you know, when you're trying to go through the ice area, you find one of those spots. So you can warm up. If your silk slowly, after a long time, would regenerate up to where you could heal, that would be awesome. Because now, if you're patient, reward the player for patience. You can rush through if you want, or you could be super patient. Or give the player a something they can put on that makes it makes their silk regenerate all the way, but it takes twice as long to do so and longer for each line it fills up. So yeah, you know, you're gonna have to be way more patient. But it would be like that thing that is designed for those difficult platforming areas, and that would be great. Or something that's like the what is it? Like the beehive charm, whatever the hey that is. Yeah, so now I have to go down this entire thing again. All this is just time wasting, remember? Because there's no reason. The reason for all this is atmosphere. But there's no... Okay, to put it bluntly, there should have been a rock I could sit on, like a bench. Down here. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe not, because there's no other way out. And of course, there's only two things here. Oh shit! I hate that. What? I swung at it right through it. What? I hit the downward attack button. What? Oh, I hate that. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, come on. What the flippin'? Okay, that was my bad because I tried to hit the downward attack again too fast. And so I missed. Because, you know, they can't have that spaced properly. Oh, I didn't know I could just go through that door before it finished open. That's a new one. Ow, okay, that was just me being dumb. What? I hit jump off from the wall. Also, I don't understand why they made that this tool have to recharge. Like, you are using up one of your very limited, not tool, but one of your very limited equipment slots. Like, you can hold 2 of that kind. super limited. And they're like, it would be a bit too powerful if it just, actually reduced very specifically fire damage down to 1 instead of 2. So we're just gonna make it have a recharge as well. It's like, why? Like, I am curious why. Like, there's no reason that needs to be like that. You have spent your equipment slot. Do not punish the player for doing that. But they did. Just to make it harder. And it's stupid. Because what is the reason? Why? You're still taking damage. It's like they made your equipment worse than the first game. You can hold less of it. Again, it's all just to make things harder. For no good reason. Because there is no good... Like, it's not making the game better. It's just making the game harder, which does not mean better. I get some people probably like the difficulty, but this... Going through this every single time, it just wastes your time. Like, so... Why? Why do I have to go through all that every single time? Just, I want to retry the fight. Why couldn't they put this? Well, you need... You're up higher, and then you need to go down because you're at lava level now, I guess. Even though I'm pretty sure with how far I went down, I'm actually below lava level, so this entire room could have been, like, up quite a bit farther. I don't really get that. What the? The fact that they give you only 2... Okay, that was my bad. Keep forgetting I do not have... I hate these controls. Look at that! I jump up, hit it, try and jump away immediately, and the platform... Just let me attack it. Oh, let me guess, we're not done. No, there's 2 of them. Oh, and it sticks to the wall. Of course it does. What even is this fight? What? Like, why? This would be hard enough as an arena fight without the lava and the 2 no, those 2 platforms should not fall into the lava. They should be permanent, and then maybe if they spit something on, like, an enemy that can swim. Like, when you fought the 4th chorus, you have basically the same platforms, except for they don't fall into the lava. Until the 4th chorus smashes one of them. Why do these, like, wobble, wobble, boom, gone? Like, I land on one, jump up, hit the enemy, land, I was immediately trying to jump again, and it's too late, I fall into the lava. You have no... They're like, all it is a little safety you can bounce off. I'm getting closer and closer to just modding the game to actually be fun. Because this is not. I get it. Some people probably like this stuff. Part of me just wants to go and look up what even is here to see. I don't like doing that normally. But I'm basically so sick of the game. Punish it. And again, like, if this was an area where I was like, oh, pretty close, I could just jump right back into it, I might eventually, I keep trying it. But I have to go back, go through, get down this, and just, it's a long line of time wasting. That's all that is a bunch of time wasted to get back to try the fight again. And the fight is ridiculous. Because, like, come on. You have an arena fight, bunch of enemies, okay. Why is there only 2 platforms? Why isn't the entire floor covered with it? That would be a little bit better, so now you're kind of playing around, hopping around, and you can at least, like, if you're really quick on your toes, as you maybe, like, jump around, they'll be falling and popping back up, and now you need to really keep an eye on it and jump around. That would have been kind of, like, make the player stay on their toes because the platforms are falling out. But no, if you jump from one platform to the next second one drops before the first one comes back. You can't jump it back and forth. So it forces you to fight all at once. This is not the Trial of the Fool, people. Except it basically is. It's why? This is ridiculous. And then they make it in the fight. And yes, I know I forgot to use her yoink attack thing again. Which I should. That would probably make it a lot easier. But of course that takes Silk, which question. Why does that take Silk? Can't you just make it have like a slight cooldown, like you can't spam it? Or something? And then, but why does it take Silk? Probably so you can't spam it. Because you could just yoink yourself across the whole huge gap with it. So yeah, I guess that's understandable, but any of the parkour places that you could probably cheese with, you can't cheese it with it. So why even make it take Silk? Because you could just get a full Silk bar and spam it a whole bunch of times. I actually don't understand now that I think about it. I'm sure there's some sort of reason. It's just, and not like Cocoon is stuck there. I don't care. There's a reason I ground up a gob of the reason I ground up a gob of the rosary string and shards. Shards don't really matter. Because those stick with you anyway. I'm not destroying the little Hornet statue. Like, the game has so many, like, cute little rewards like that. Just fun little things. There's so much good to the game. But it's locked behind walls of aggravation and just pain. And not the pain of, okay, like, I can do this. It's a challenge, but I can know. It's just a slog because it makes you go through a slog or a time waster to get back there. And it's just not good. The game, I still have it rated positive in Steam because I still think, yes, it is a good game. But that does not mean it is perfect. That does not mean certain parts of it are not badly designed. Like, as I said, the room where you get this ability is one of the worst designed rooms I have ever seen in any game ever. Well, okay, we might just be talking. I'd probably more like any game that, is decently well made. Because some games aren't, well made. So those games kind of like, the entire game is well made. But then that way you're kind of talking about the game and not the room in the game. It's just, I'm tired of this type of stuff. Like, I don't think I ever, like, I ran into some challenges at all, and I said I think kind of tired me out and I needed to take a break. But then I could come back the next day and get back to, like, try them again. This game, I'm just, part of me wants to just play some of it offline because I don't want to put people through my ranting. Because I don't like ranting on the stream. Because it's like, there's so much joy to be found here, but they're like, okay, so you know how, you really loved exploring and finding things and meeting characters and doing stuff? Yeah, we're gonna make the game so just aggravating. So we're gonna make the game so punishing not the difficult. No, punishing different from difficulty, because difficulty is when you're in the fight. Punishing is, oh, you made a slight mistake. You're gonna take more damage, and okay, I can get used to that, but then you die, and it usually takes you a while to get back, and it just feels like a waste of time every time. Because the fight itself isn't something I can look at and go, okay, here's what I'm supposed to do there. No, the thing spit flame balls that deal 2 damage unless I have a special charm equipped that has to recharge every time it saves me from taking 2 damage. Suddenly there's 2 of these guys. If they miss me, it puts a glob of lava on the wall, and it's just, yeah, I'm probably supposed to use this in the fight. I probably have to use that in the fight. Again, they're taking away player agency. Like, yeah, it should be obvious, right? Oh, look how cute Horn is when he's dancing. Whatever. Yeah, the game has so much charm to it. But it started to lose its charm because it's just such an exhausting slog. I want to explore, I want to learn the story. I don't mind having some challenges along the way. But every single room that's supposed to be a challenge, it just turns into an exhausting challenge. I heard apparently there's some fight later on, which I heard is mandatory, that apparently it's like 20 waves of enemies followed by a boss fight. I don't know if that's true because I haven't been there, but apparently that's a thing. That just sounds stupid. Again, it's just wasting the player's time when they fail. Super punishing. And the punishment is your time is wasted. And you have to go through all this again. That's why I kept praising the Widow fight, because I could get back in there every time. Very quickly. Like, my time wasn't wasted. The run back wasn't very long. I could sprint. It just... tired. I wanted to stream this. I want to enjoy it. I don't want... I'm getting close enough to where I might just, find a mod to make it a little actually enjoyable. I don't want to beat the game when it's modded. I don't want to. But it feels like I have to even have fun. And I get it, the game's not for everybody, but it's kind of like Harder Home. I've said before that I'm fine with the double damage stuff. It's the other things about the fights that just make it ridiculous, like, okay, this thing spits a lava ball at you. Why does the lava ball have to stick to the wall? Oh, because it just makes it harder in that fight. We already have the flying enemies that shoot projectiles at you, and when you try and jump at them to hit them, they float away from you. We already have those. Let's make their attacks stick to the wall, too. And let's also make the floor literally be lava, and not give you enough space to move around on it. If you, like, that floor should be completely covered by those things, because they fall super fast, and then if you're watching yourself, and maybe you jump on the walls to give them a bit more time to pop up, you can jump down, maybe use a sprint dash, but you can't do that right now. Nope, it's all on the walls in a tiny arena. Let me put into a little bit of perspective. When you had to fight, like in the Arena of Fools in the first game, when you had to go and fight in an area where the floor was, had a bunch of spikes, so you're stuck fighting these flying enemies. For one, the flying enemies didn't fly away from you. For two, you had a pretty high, like, more than the screen. There might have been one fight that made it a lot smaller. I think there was one, but I think that was in the Trial of the Fool, the last one. So that was already, you've gone through a couple of fights. And even then, because they're melee enemies, I'm pretty sure, yeah, a lot of those, the flying enemies in there were attacking for melee. You can, you jump up and hit them, and maybe knock them down into the spikes. These, they have enough room to fly above the lava, most of the time. Like the first two, you can usually knock one into the lava. And if I was skilled enough, I could probably knock one into the lava and then knock the other into there. And yes, I know, covering the floor would stop that. It would still be better, in my opinion. And like when you're fighting an arena of foes, like you basically every time you have the room. And also, I'm pretty sure there was one where you have already a lot lower of a ceiling, so you have very little room to jump. You have like, I think you have like maybe 1 or 2 enemies, and that was a very like short section, but it's a bit of a short challenge, and then the room opens up a bit more. But otherwise, you had more than a screen of room to slide down the wall. This very short wall, lava that deals double damage on the bottom of it instead of spikes that deal 1 damage. And yeah, I know, I have that charm. Now I have to use up a charm, basically a charm slot, super limited, way more limited than limiting the first game. And it has to recharge, which I find stupid because I'm using a slot. The downside of that charm should be that I have to put it on instead of something else. The downside shouldn't be it has to recharge. That's just dumb. Because why? Like, what is the why? What is the reason for it? I'm using it instead of using something else that'll help in combat, so I should be rewarded for that. And I kind of am. As I said, it's like everything is designed to stack the odds against you, and not in the odds are stacked against me, but I can overcome it, and it feels awesome. No, it's the odds are stacked against me in a way that feels just bleh. I don't know how else to describe it, just tiring. And by the way, in case anyone decides to bring up Dark Souls, because people love to say, oh, well, what's a Souls like? You're expecting it to be? No. I do not really consider these games Souls-like. One of the main thing about Souls-like type games is that you can level up. That's why those games worked. And I still have my complaints about Dark Souls 3 and how tanky the bosses were there. Because Dark Souls 1, now talking about Souls games, Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, you could just, you could beat the bosses with skill, beat the bosses and enemies with pure skill, or you could out-level them. 3, you could level up a bunch, but you also just kind of had to get a lot better. A lot of people say, oh, Dark Souls, that's where the get good came from. But the thing is, why Dark Souls, especially like the first one, so well, it was well balanced, is because you could get good or get grinding. You had 2 choices, and it made it, you might think, oh, it's a niche thing, like it's not accessible. Well, the game, when you actually think about it, Dark Souls 1 was very accessible. And it was still difficult, still had that difficulty. Worse than so, they're gonna kick your rear all over the place. But then it also had summons. In case you learn how to use them, for one thing. It's kind of vague on that. But, it had the summons to help, everything was there to, if you wanted to, you could make the game a lot easier so you could get through it. Or you could play with pure skill and go for the challenge, and that was fine too. It was actually very accessible. So, talking about comparing this to Dark Souls, no. You can't let you, in Metro, this style of game, you are stuck with what you got. You can't level up. You can't just grind yourself to have a bit of an easier time. Because also, as I said, the game hasn't, it's given me equipment, but I'm so limited in the equipment I can put on that it feels kinda, it doesn't help, really. Yeah, I have all these things that I could put on, but none of it really, it helps, but finding new equipment doesn't help a lot, because just, I found something new, this would help, but the 2 I have on will help more. It's then they made those flying things. Oh, their spit sticks to the wall because. So now you have even more limited. So it basically is now you have to use probably this pull attack to move across because you can't jump up on the wall. It doesn't help that my chat box was hovering up beside the side of the wall. I couldn't move that, but it's just. I'm just gonna leave that there. It's just As I said, it feels like there should be quality of life, but there isn't. Now look at these. These are fine. Why do the ones even attack them? These don't break unless they're hit by a power like smacked by an enemy. The two in that room, if you're gonna have two, make them the same way. But they didn't. They made them fall because they wanted it difficult. Because it would probably be too easy. No, actually, I don't think it would be too easy because you still have to. Let's say if something's spitting, the projectile's coming out. I have to jump probably into the projectile to try and get to the other one. I mean, I could do that, but that takes a little bit of skill. I'm scorching my feet there. So you would be a reward for skill, but no, you don't get that. You get land there, wobble wobble, it's in the level. Basically no time. It's just a little tiny thing to jump over. But the walls, you don't have. The walls are not high enough for what is it? What is it? What am I thinking? The walls are not high enough for what is it? For how that room is designed. You don't have enough maneuverability. And then they give you enemies that take away that maneuverability by spitting on the walls, because what are you gonna do? Base tank it to stop them from getting on the walls? That's kind of counterproductive. It's just, I'm getting closer and closer to just giving up and modding the game so I can actually, have fun. Because I keep running into areas where, like, I'm enjoying something here and there, and then I just... Hi, big sweetie. You're one of the only reasons I keep playing this game, Well, keep playing it. Consistently. Why not? Go back to the slab. As I said, like, this never happened at all. Like, the weird thing is, like, people are like, well, it's the second is Can't Come After Holly is a sequel to Holly. Yeah, it's gonna be harder. And in my opinion, it doesn't need to be, or it didn't need to be. You made a beautiful world. You made a wonderful story. Yeah, it could probably stand to be a bit more challenging for those players, but I'm pretty sure those players still probably have a challenging time playing the, what is it? What was I thinking about? Playing God Home. You want to challenge, go fight Grey Grand Zode a whole bunch of times. Have fun with that. I am not touching that fight. And like, you could have done the same thing in here, had some form, or even if it was just a thing you unlock in the menu, if you couldn't work it into the story, just unlock a boss rush. Or, I'm sure Team Cherry's good enough at writing story. I mean, the story is wonderful so far. The little bits and pieces of finding stuff. As I said, there's so much good in the game, but it's just, by the time you find the good, you're so, at least personally, I'm so tired by the time I come across one of those things that's just a charm or a joy to find, that I just don't feel it. Like, oh, I beat the last judge. I was just kind of relieved I didn't have to do the parkour again and waste that time getting back to that fight. It's just tiring. Well, why do I have a feeling that when I beat that arena fight down there, the lava's gonna start rising, and if the platforms aren't there, I have to like time jump it onto one of the platforms and then jump out and then work my way out, and if I die to the lava, I have to redo the entire arena fight. It's something like that, isn't it? I don't even know what I get from there. I don't even care about spoilers at this point because the game has exhausted me so much. As I said, I don't think it needed to be harder. Like, the enemies and stuff are challenging, and like, they're enough of a challenge. And so but then they make these, like, arena fights like that. It's like, why? Just, like, why would you do that? Is that fun? No, it is not fun. It's a time waster getting back there, and then just exhausting trying it over and over again. It's frustrating because you have no time to breathe in the fight at all, which I guess that's usually what an arena fight is like. But it's not even the enemies. It's because they decided these enemies probably won't be too difficult enough, despite them, being flying enemies, which are a pain already. Let's give them lava floor. And let's make the lava do 2. Okay, granted, it's lava. That makes sense that it deals 2 damage. But let's make the platforms not stay there. Like, those 2 platforms, why couldn't those 2 platforms just stay there? Why do they have to sink into the lava? There's just... Again, it's like the person said. It's like, as they mentioned, it's like someone making Mario Maker levels, because they're giving a personal example of themselves doing this, and I mentioned it earlier. It's like someone making Mario Maker levels. And they're designing it, and they design it to be a bit difficult, but they're testing it a whole bunch to make sure it works. And then, they're making sure it works, but it just feels too easy. So they make it harder, and then as they're testing it and tweaking it, making sure it works, they're testing it, but it still feels too easy. It's not too easy. They've just tested it so much as they add each stage of difficulty, so they're just so used to it. It seems super easy. And then when people play it, they're like, what the hey is this? It's insanely difficult. And they just didn't realize it. And I'm guessing that, as they said, they were talking about this game, they mentioned that, and I think they're right. Developers were probably, like, cranking it up, and it's just... Because apparently, from what I heard, the environmental damage, like landing on spikes, used to do 2 damage. It's like, why? Contact damage needs to be reduced down to 1, because now I do get for some bosses, it's like the boss's attacks are just it moving at you a bit faster, so it's not really an attack. But when the boss is stunned, it should not have contact damage, because why? Like, how does the contact damage even make sense? Like, story-wise, the thing is that I don't think it does. But you kind of need it because of how the game is. But, yeah. Now, if you're wondering why, like, sometimes runbacks work in, like, Dark Souls but do not work in here, well, for one thing, Dark Souls, you could level up in there, so, stuff. But also, it was a 3D game, so usually you could run around the enemies well enough, and also you did have, platforming and stuff like this, but this is a platformer, so of course you're probably going to see some of that. That's why I said the platforming sections, if you have a long one, you need to have a shortcut in there somewhere. But the thing is that some of the early game areas, they do have shortcuts you can activate. After you do a bit, you can get up somewhere, activate a shortcut. So, why not keep that up? It's a reward to the player for doing well on the platforming and getting through. You have completed this challenge. Here's a small gift for you to kind of help encourage you to keep going. But they don't do that. They did it a couple of times, but then they just stopped. Why? It's like everything is designed to waste your time and just make you play the game longer. If I want to play the game longer, I'll just play the game again. If I want to make the game harder, I'll play Steel Soul. But I am actually contemplating modding it just a little bit, just so I can get through some of the just... It's like that room, it's not that it's, oh, this one room or that one room and it broke me down this far. No, it's just the experience of the last several times I've played it. I found some, like, fun areas, but then I always end up finding just an area that just exhausts me. Where they just, it's like, and they just keep showing. And I know there's even a third, and it's probably going to get even worse. In fact, I know it gets worse because I was looking something up, and as I said, I'm not in Hollow Knight. I cared about spoilers. In this game, I really cared about spoilers. Up until the game made me stop caring about spoilers because I'm just so exhausted with it. That I'm like, yeah, I'll pull up someone who's playing it and be like, instead of being like, okay, you'll pull them up to lurk in their stream, I'm just gonna look away. I'm just like, oh, what's that they're fighting? Because I don't care anymore. The game has beaten things down so much. I've stopped caring about spoilers for a game I love the story in. That's not good. And as I said, the game has a lot of good to it. But any good game, you know, it's gonna have its faults. And boy, does this one have some faults. And I'm sure the bugs are probably gonna make it here and there. Like, for like, I contemplate just going and fighting the Savage Beastfly offline. Because I was like, I don't want to put people up to that rate. I might even go and do this area. I might do Mount Fae offline. Like, I was looking up, okay, where do I get the double jump? Because maybe I'm supposed to get the double jump, and that'll help me with Mount Fae. No, you get the double jump on Mount Fae. And the fact that I know that you have to go get all the way up here, because I watched a video of someone going through it, because, again, don't even care anymore. Oh, you have to float down here. Well, you're freezing to death, so they mentioned you kind of want to drop and float, drop and float, drop and float, and then, oh, hey, here's this path you have to get through, right? Slip into. Guess what happens if you go behind it, go past it? You fall all the way back down. It wastes your time. You make that one mistake here, it just wastes all of your time, and you have to go through the entire thing. Again, not respecting the player's time. Bad difficulty. Good difficulty. Challenging boss that has, like, let's say, the Last Judge. It had a bit of a challenging moveset, and then it got harder in Phase 2. Flame all over the place, very small windows to get in there and attack it. But I learned it. Good difficulty. Putting a whole huge parkour section before the Last Judge. Wasting time. Bad difficulty. That's the reason that why I would say the parkour and the Last Judge are both well designed, but you put them together and it makes it badly designed. It's just, why? Just tiring. Like this area, I wonder, are you supposed to be able to use some ability in this area to, like, hit the enemies at the bottom of this and wiggle your way up? No, because these big old crystal rocks, well, they're not a perfectly flat surface, so you can't climb up. Why? Like, oh right, because that would make you not have to go through the kind of bowl challenge of climbing up here. I'm just about ready just to start looking up secret, like, okay, where are the secret areas in this place? Where are the secret areas in that place? Because I have literally just stopped caring. I just don't care to avoid spoilers anymore. I think I have that feeling where I want to finish the game just to get done with it. And then I can, because I don't want to mod it for my first experience, and then I want to mod the car out of this game, and then play through it and actually enjoy myself. Because I don't want to be streaming and be like, yeah, this is my first time playing through this game. Oh, by the way, I slapped like a dozen mods on here so I could actually have fun and enjoy it. I don't want to do that. And the bosses aren't what has bothered me. It's been the arena fights, which, granted, those haven't even really bothered me either. Except the one in the room where you're forced to do it with the equipment you have, you know. I think this room right here, I think is where it was. I think it's that room. Or was it this? I think it might be this big room. Which it looks like there's a connection there, but I don't think there was. Maybe there is now, but like, but otherwise, why? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was not connected. I said it's tiring. Actually, that's right. I wanted to go back to Bone Bottom and get a map from Chakra. But yeah, I know I don't have any stuff. But as I said, it's like we waited so long for this game, and I think that's part of it. Like the person's explanation, they worked on it for so long that things seemed too easy. What? Wait a minute. What? Where's her ring? Are you serious? You know, I watched someone talk about this. Like, they talked about some, basically, I think they mentioned somewhere that, like, why they were going over all the negative things they had to say about it is because plenty of people were giving positives, so basically they were talking about all the negative things about it. And they basically mentioned, oh, you know, they would like, oh, couldn't afford the map from Chakra, so they go away for a little bit, get a few extra beads, come back, and she's just gone. I was like, oh, you know, I don't agree with that because, like, I guess they didn't notice that you could hit the ring and summon her back. Well, I guess I understand that because she's just gone from you. Her summoning ring is gone. Where is it? That was like a major thing. I was like, yeah, you can always call her back here. Why is it not there? Why did they take it away? Should I put this under removing player agency? I don't know if it fits that. Could be under wasting. It could actually go under wasting time. I think this could go under wasting time. I'm sorry for ranting for so long, but still, like, yeah, as I said, I'm almost to the point where I just feel like just not streaming and just modding the tar out of it so I can actually have fun. But that it feels wrong to do that because it feels like the game should be good on its own. And as I said, there's a lot of good to the game. And you know, if people don't find it difficult at all, you know, more power to you. You know what? Good for you. I'm not saying that even in a sarcastic way. Oh, how lovely. Time to freeze to death, I guess. So, why did they put those rings so far apart? Right, so they make you, while you are freezing to death, they're going to make you take things a bit slower. Why? Okay, yeah, those pins. I want to get those pins. Cost 80. There we go. And for some reason, I can only hold 20 of those, which don't know why, but I guess it's good enough, I guess. Okay, let me see. Are there any down here? No, there's none down here. Of course there aren't. Okay, granted, that makes sense in the story why there wouldn't be down here. In the Underworks. Oh, I hate the Underworks. Mainly because of those flying guys. Surprise, surprise. So I could go there. Go down and around. Sorry for ranting, but because it's like... You know, I've heard apparently some people have said, oh, this game's easier than Hollow Knight, and I'm just like... No. No, it isn't. Maybe it feels easier because... So why didn't they just make that first platform just like, I don't know, a little bit longer? Wait, where am I here again? I can't even remember where this wall is. What is here? Up there somewhere. Yeah, of course. The thing is, I know there's some more, like, doors that I haven't opened in here that require another key, but I don't think I've gotten that key. Oops. Okay, that's just... That was just my bad. I forgot there was traps around here. Yeah, like this. Did I miss something? Ow. Yeah, curiously, why does that guy not do 2 damage? Like, he's a bigger guy. Why doesn't he do 2 damage? I don't know. Yeah, at this point, I might as well just look up where the key for where the pause key is. Because why not? I always said I don't really care about spoilers anymore because the game beat that tear out of me. You know what? If you're someone who's good at the game, as I said, more power to you. I'm glad you're able to enjoy it. But I've stopped being able to. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. What the hey, how did I even do that? I messed up my chat box. Hi there, big guy. I don't think he used to purr whenever I showed up. Let's see. Silk Song. Pause state key located. I said like way earlier, the only thing I ever, like when I started looking up locations of things in the first game was after I had gotten through. By the way, I just want to say, like, I went through the entirety of Deep Nest with nothing but the unupgraded mail. That was it. Went through all of it. Even got the tram pass. Managed to wiggle my way over that hurdle somehow, doing some weird jump. Got over all that. Went through the entirety. All those traps, all that. Went through the whole thing. Well, except for I think I had to come back later to get the one, Sorry, his something's cute, but just... I need a break. I need to heal anyway. Wait, did I need to heal? No, I don't think I did. Wait, yeah, I did, because I stepped on that trap. Like an idiot. But yeah, okay, let's see. Where is this thing? But yeah, in the first game, went through all that. It's just... I only looked up, okay, where do I find new, like, the rest of charms, because I need more charms to get the Salubra shop. And that, I only looked that up when I got the achievement to get every map. So I knew, okay, I've been everywhere in this game. I have all the maps, got the achievement for that. So I knew I wasn't going to get spoilers. And I started, like, looking up, where do I find some things? And, like, charm notches and charms. I think there was like a couple times I looked up how, like, advice on how to beat a specific boss, like the Trader Mantis Lord and the normal Mantis Lord. It's kind of funny that was just those two. The Mantis Lord was because I wasn't great at the game at that point. And with a bit of advice, then I did fine. Sorry, something. I need to stretch a bit. And then the Trader Mantisaurus was... Well, I think it was from that. I think I did, when I got that advice, it was like, I can use the Dream Gate to go back to him so I don't have to run through the parkour. Which, bonus points to that. When you start fighting difficult bosses and having those run and some of the more annoying runbacks, I think, you could get access to the Dream Gate. You didn't? If you were good enough at it, you could get that pretty early on, I think. Well, not early on, but it didn't take too long to get the Dream Nail. And then, that's right, it did take quite a while, but, you can find some of the fights here and there to get enough. I actually can't remember how far into it, how many did you have to do to get the Dream Gate? I can't remember. It's been quite a few years. But yeah. That was... See, that is in a way that the first game respected the player time. Good difficulty. Because you could get that Dream Gate and then go around and finish off these bosses, get closer to the ending. And those were the bosses that started dealing 2 damage or more. Is the end game stuff. I know I've said that I'm fine with the high damage in here. It's more like I'm not fine with the attacks with some of the attacks that deal 2 damage. Like those annoying things from where was that? Down in the underworks, the flying guys that throw stuff at you from range. They can they spin so they become immortal. Maybe not to your silk skills, but I don't think I ever managed to hit them with one, or I don't know if I tried to hit them with one, because usually I was trying to dodge out of the way, because they're doing an attack that deals double damage. Or should I call it normal damage at this point? I'm not actually sure about that. I know that seems like a bit of that is a bit of me making a joke, yes. But it's also kind of true. Because there's so many things that can do it, it's just normal for enemies to have an attack that can deal 2 damage. So in a way, both 1 mask damage and 2 mask damage is normal damage in this game. So, yeah, I guess. Which makes Sister Splinter pretty stand out, because I'm pretty sure she could deal 3 damage when she hit you with her claws. They were very predictable, though, but heavily punishing if you messed up. So it worked. I found it kind of funny because she had her claw swing had 3 claws on it. So I'm like, oh hey, 1 mask for each claw. Neat. See, where is this key found? It says Putrefied Ducks. I don't think I've been to Putrefied Ducks. Lovely. That sounds like a wonderful place to go. Okay, those are the doors. I'm looking for where the key location is. Don't tell me where the door is. Here's the 2 doors you need the key for. I'm looking for where the key is. Not where the doors are. Online help. So wonderful, isn't it? Oh, apparently it's in BioWater. I haven't been to BioWater. I don't even know how to get to BioWater, but I've heard about BioWater. I do not want to go to BioWater. I don't even know how to get there. I remember seeing someone mention it was through Greymore? But I can't even get through Greymore. Honestly, at this point, I'm just tired. I was hoping to, enjoy stream or even just fight Savage Beastfly all day and just be like, well, this is gonna take me all day. I'm just gonna mess around with it and fight it over and over again. I actually managed to beat it. And then I went back and I found something that might be worse. They're trying too hard, and I think that's part of the problem, is they're trying too hard. I just need to go back here. That's where I need to go. There was something that looked like some sort of fight I could get into right there. I didn't see one on this side, but I can't remember if I actually walked all the way. I might have just not. Like, I do need to go back up to here. It just feels so exhausted. Like, I don't think I could. I think that's part of my problem, is that the game hits you so hard and punishes you so much. It just makes things so, like, you have to be so good at it to actually get through an area that I'm so exhausted that I don't want to go here to where, what's her name? I forgot her name now. Great, I'm too tired to even remember, like, best girl's name. The one with the little symbol up. Sherma, there it is, Sherma. I'm pretty sure Sherma went off here. I'm so tired. I don't want to go there because I don't think I could appreciate being able to talk to Sherma again. Because I'm so tired. Because the game never lets up on the difficulty. To make things difficult, ebb and flow. Give players a break. No, it just never lets up. It's just constant. Goes to the grindstone. We're just gonna make it tougher on you every step of the way. And it is exhausting. It's so exhausting. And I don't think that speaks very well of the game design. Now, I understand some people don't feel that way at all. Good for them. I don't mean that sarcastically. I do mean I'm glad people can enjoy it. I find it. I think they would still enjoy the game plenty. Probably just as much. If certain things weren't in the game. And if they could just, the game was a little bit better in other ways. Like, I think the people who super enjoy that difficulty could still enjoy it probably just as much. Because the thing is that if it wasn't like that from the beginning, then the people who like that challenge, like it way more brutal and punishing like that, they wouldn't be like, it would still be normal. The easier version of the game would be the base. Like, it wouldn't be like, oh, this game's boring. No, I'm sure they would still absolutely love it. And give those people this game's equivalent of a, of a God Home. That's there for the people who like that. That's why Hollow Knight was so done well. I never did God Home. No, I'm not going to be able to do that. But the people who could, the people who like that sort of thing, could do it. Even if they had to, like, I watched somebody try and they had to do it so many times over, but they liked that. And you know what? Good design. You have something for those people, where they get through the challenge of the normal game, if they do. And then here's your bonus. I never beat Nightmare King Grim. But for the people who want to do it, they could. For the people who want to, you can fight Great Prince Zote if you want to go through that nightmare. Because yeah, I watched someone fight him. Every single time you could fight him, they completely beat that fight. I think they had like an entire video of, like, very long video of just them fighting Great Prince Zote over and over and over again. And beat him. Okay, here we go on the next one. But the challenge was there for the people who liked it. but it wasn't forced. You weren't forced to do that. It was completely optional bonus. Did not need to do it at all. This game, it's like, no, you have to do this. You want possibly a new piece of equipment? You have to go through this kind of bullshit arena fight with lava at the bottom, with slabs of rock that pretty much immediately sink as soon as you tap on. Like, I landed one, jumped immediately, hit the enemy, landed, hit, jump again, but it was too late. So I did like a quick hop. I went land, hop, jump, and then tried to jump again, but it was already too late. Like, land, jump, hit, jump. I was trying to jump, land, and jump again, but nope, too late. It sunk, because they sunk so quickly. And then up here in the... No, not there. Like, up here in this, you have... you have those magnetic rocks that shatter when you touch them, and they shatter super fast. Why? You already have difficult parkour. You already have the ice eating away at you that if you take too long, you're gonna die. So people are already rushing, but you decide to use, guess what? If you decide to use that ability on them, that counts as an attack. So because you attacked those rocks, they shatter before you can grab onto them and jump off. So if you decide to use this ability to pull yourself to one of those, you're kind of done for, because you just activated its insanely fast shatter animation. You should not be able to attack those to break them. You should have to land on them. That is stupid. In fact, I just kind of hate how those things... I mean, they're cool when you first find them. No, they're kind of cool. There's a magnet thing and it sucks it back together. I kind of find them ridiculous. Like, why can't you at least pogo on the magnet? Like, not be able to grab onto it, sure. But pogo on it, like, for example, the Crystal Peaks. Let me compare it to the first game, which is better designed. Crystal Peaks. You have the platforms. You land on them, they shift, flip upside down. Spiky. But you can pogo off those crystals on the bottom. So if you have a little bit of skill, a bit of timing, you can pogo off of those, hit them, and they'll flip back upright. Land, like, you have to kind of keep on your toes. It keeps you on your toes doing that. But you have that little bit of leeway. These are just, no, you sat here on here for a tiny bit. You're just done for now. It's just like, as people, they made everything harder just to make it harder. It doesn't enhance anything being as hard as it is. The first game, yeah, it had its difficult parts, but that difficult, like, it came with a reward of, like, the area, like, you might beat a boss, like, the Mantis Lords. If it's your first time playing a game like this, the Mantis Lords are challenging. If it's your first Metroidvania, you've never really played a game like this before, maybe it's your first side scroll, and you fight them, they're gonna be challenging, because you're not used to this stuff at all. Yeah, you played the game for a little while, but, like, bit of a challenge there. You get past them, yeah, okay, you get into Deep Nest. But as I said, it was my first game. But in Deep Nest, well, it's creepy and kind of creepy, and, you know, there's the enemies aren't super bad. They aren't super tough. That's the first area, you know, I ran into some things that dealt 2 masks of damage. And those, I couldn't figure out how to fight those things for a long time. But the area just, it worked. The flying things that are up higher, they didn't just constantly fly away from you and constantly spit out things. No, they kind of hovered around, and then they would spit out the smaller ones. You could get up there and, like, smack them, they would be kind of floating around. In here, the flying enemies just constantly hover just out of your reach, and as I said, I'm using the Reaper Crest. So I have longer range, and I still can't hit them, because they're just programmed to, you jump towards them and they just float away from you. It's like you have to chase them into a wall, but then they can just fly upwards. And it's just... And then, yeah. And then they gave those other ones, like, hey, let's make them take, like, 4 hits of damage. I think that's about how much they took. I couldn't really tell. I was really trying to stay on the walls. And then let's make them spit flames, so they have a 2-hit thing of damage. Let's basically let's make the player be really good, or use this charm, and they're still gonna get hurt. Or if they dodge it, then it just, sticks to the wall. I mean, I'm guessing I can jump off and smack it. But, like, jumping, hitting sideways, and re-getting on the wall. At this point, I feel like I should just look up at it. I think I have spent more time this stream ranting about the game than actually playing it. That's not a good sign either. As I said, environments are beautiful, the game is beautiful, the writing is excellent, I love the goofy characters. But I love these games because I get to explore, and the challenge... I think they leaned too far into, oh, people liked it because it was a hard game. Let's make it harder. No, I do not believe people loved Hollow Knight because it was a hard game. The challenge added something, yes. And it made the rewards mean something. Meanwhile, in this game, you don't really seem to get rewarded. Most of the stuff I bought from characters. I didn't find it. Yeah, I found some upgrades here and there, but like, oh, I see a shiny thing. I do a bit of parkour, get over, I found this shiny thing. Oh, it's a shard bundle. Oh, it's a frayed rosary string. It's like, where's the rewards? You get into an arena fight, none of the enemies drop even shards for you. They drop nothing. You go through most of the fight, you die, you come back, you're at the exact same place. You have earned nothing. Learned a little bit. First game they dropped stuff. Now you didn't have shards on the first game, but they could at least drop stuff, so if you try an arena fight over and over and over again, you're at least rewarded for your persistence by, if you get through this, you're probably gonna have a bunch of money. And yeah, I know, you could probably use that to grind up a bunch, do a bunch in the arena fight, stand near the exit, let them kill you, and then come back, hit your silk bundle, and leave. Oh look, bunch of money. Well, most arena fights are with enemies that don't drop money anyway, and you could just make them only drop shards. And then, hey look, you at least have shards to keep your tools around. You know, that thing that's one of the unique and well-designed things of the game. The tools. Very nice. But, again, trying to use the tools when you're jumping around on very small walls and... Now, I did learn that apparently there's something somewhere that lets you not slide down the walls. So maybe I should look up just what that is. Because that would probably help with that fight. So I could just sit there and, like, throw knives off from the wall. And then use the sprint button to just hop off the wall a little bit. That would probably help. But... Sorry, I've been ranting a lot. As I said, I want to just enjoy the game. And when I played Hollow Knight, I did enjoy it. Like, it was enjoyable. I was exploring. Yeah, there were some difficult enemies here and there, but at no point did I ever feel like I just am tired and exhausted and just, I could get, like, frustrated because I just couldn't figure out an enemy or an area or a boss. And then in those very few times, I could look up how to do this. Okay, I was just not noticing something. Or I was just not getting the boss's pattern, and I get some advice and I'm able to do it after a few tries. Because I still had to do it, I had trouble recognizing the pattern or what I'm supposed to do. I'm not good at that. There's a reason there's a loading sign in my head. This game just punishes you just to punish you. You never have a break. You don't get a break from the intensity. It's just like, no, let's crank the intensity up. Let's just make it harder. Let's make it worse for the player. That's not a good player experience. I'll glaze the Widow fight all day, to the point where, as I've said before, I was watching someone else fight them, and I felt sad that they beat Widow on their first try. Not because I wanted to watch them struggle, no, because I loved the Widow fight so much. I was sad for them that they didn't get to experience that. Because it was such a wonderful fight. But they've, of course, figured they probably had to make this even worse farther on, and so they made them worse, and they didn't. Basically, as I said, it's not a bad game, but it has problems. And it exhausts me. And that's not a good sign for a game. Because, like, I don't think I've ever... I think there were some times in Hollow Knight that I did get exhausted. But that was, like, against, like, the Traitor Mantis Lord, when I forgot that I had the Dream Game, because I was an idiot. And I had to, kill those two mobs at the beginning every single time, and then fight him in a kind of small arena. But anyway, actually that arena wasn't, like, it was small, but not too bad. Especially since I don't think he jumped that often. So you could jump up, smack him on the head, or whatnot. There was... Wait, I did eventually beat him. Took me a while, but I did it. Yeah, I guess some people probably say this is easier because you have your tools, and now you have, like, a very good ranged option. So, like, I feel like I'm still searching for why the game is so exhausting. I think part of it is just that the enemies just feel a lot more durable. And I don't feel like I've really gotten a lot of upgrades. Like, oh hey, yeah, I keep getting new equipment things to put on, but I can't put them on because I only have a couple blue slots and, well, a couple yellow if I want. I have a couple yellow. Like, I have this, so yeah, I have a couple yellow. I could get another one, but that's not gonna help in combat at all. I have these are the blue ones are the main ones that help in combat. I have 8 of these things, but I can only use a couple at a time. That's it. It doesn't matter if I get a bunch more equipment. What'll it do? Now, I should probably... I can go to what's-their-face down here. Which means, because there's no fast travel down here, I understand now what they meant by a lack of fast travel, because someone mentioned that. Oh, look. There's not a single bit of any sort of fast travel anywhere in the entire Underworks. Which makes sense from a story perspective. But you could, I don't know, put some breakable thing somewhere that's not super hidden. Because I wouldn't be surprised if I missed breakable walls all over in this place. Apparently they're everywhere in the game, but I certainly haven't found many. I need to look that up. I don't know, maybe I'll just go and look it up and explore offline, because I wanted to do all my exploring online. But as I said, I'm so tired. I was looking forward to finally getting back to streaming this again. Looking forward to streaming again, and then it's just... I was like, okay, I don't like the vengeful beast fly, but I'm just gonna do it. Just accept that it's gonna take me a long time. Just gonna do it. It's a bit frustrating. I started ranting a bit again. Sorry about that. But then I got it done, so I'm like, okay, it's done. And I got a crest that then I looked at and went, wow, it's got no blue things on. None. It's even less customizable. Oh, hey, you use your soap to enter a rage and you can heal like that. That's, I mean, doesn't last long enough to. I don't think it lasts long enough to be worth it. It's just, I don't know. Like what? It didn't fit the symbol. Like if I go over there, why did this? Why doesn't that have? Well, they made a symbol for it, and they went, yeah, it just doesn't, you know. Well, this one just has ones floating off. Why can't they put two blue ones like floating off to the side somewhere? Why does it have none? They just made it less customizable than the other ones for some reason. Why? It makes no sense to me. Does it somehow hit? It doesn't say it hits harder. It's just, oh hey, you don't heal by binding. Now, if you did heal when you bound, and then you could recover health by attacking things, oh, that would make it quite awesome. But you don't heal. You just now can recover health by hitting things, and that lasts for a bit. And it worked. I've only tried it a little bit. It's like they went, oh, this crest could actually be like kind of, well, we can't have that. We need to nerf. Let's just nerf all the player equipment. Let's just make it all worse than the first game. Well, except for maybe not your needle, but we'll fix that by making all the enemies have more health. Let's just make the player power feel like one of the things about the first game is that when you're starting to get around and get all that stuff, you're getting more charm notches, you're getting more stuff. Every charm notch made you just that little bit more powerful. Like you got stronger and stronger and stronger. You felt like you were getting stronger. I don't feel like I'm getting stronger in this game. I feel like I'm getting weaker because the enemies just keep getting tougher and more annoying to fight. So it's just, am I supposed to be able to get over here and actually get the pin, the pin oil? Am I supposed to have a second pin upgrade? I don't know if the door's locked. I'm pretty sure I have to get through here. But how the heck do I get through there? I probably have to go to here, which probably has a boss fight. So yeah, I have spent more time this stream ranting than actually playing the game. I don't like that. But it happened. Because they forgot they forgot to actually appreciate the a good portion of their players, I suppose you could say. It's like they went, yeah, well, we just want to make this tougher. It's like you have all the things that could make a fun game here, and so it is. And if you've been going to have fun with the game, I'm not saying it's not fun. It's just not fun for a lot more people. Hi there. It's just keep going, oi. And that would be funny, except I'm tired because the game doesn't let up. Like yeah. Like the fact that you look at, okay, first Hollow Knight, the double jump is behind the boss fight. Story boss too. Like you learn a bit about the story. It's like kind of realize that this is basically another excuse me. Sorry, my nose is spit still. Another night like you. There's a story, there's lore there. You're rewarded just for getting to that point and a bit of lore, then you get the fight. And then you go through some stuff and you find the double jump. This one is like, no. We're going to lock the double jump behind a bunch of not just difficult parkour. No, not just that. We're also going to make you have a time limit because you're freezing to death the whole time. So much fun. No, it's not fun. It's disrespectful to the player's time. And if you want to go back and heal, guess what? You go all the way back down to the bottom. And the first, like, I watched someone go through the entire thing. Guess what? In the first section, he takes a point of damage, just like I do. I thought I was just, maybe I'm not fast enough. Maybe I had to do that pinpoint. No, this person who is able to do the entire thing, didn't make a single mistake, really, still takes a point of damage. They designed it where unless you do it absolutely perfect, you take a point of damage in the first section. And then the other parts you can get through. But they make you take that first point of damage, unless I'm pretty sure if you do it absolutely perfectly, then you don't. Why? Why right at the beginning? Is that to make people go like, I took some damage, I want to be full health, and they keep jumping back down and doing that first part over and over? And why? No, that's not fun. They make you jump all the way back down. Couldn't Chakra have built her little thing up a bit higher where all those like warming lamps are? Because then at least I don't have to go all the way back down. I could just drop onto that thing and start that section over. That would have been nice. But if I start taking damage and I mess up right at that last point, I take damage so fast from the freezing that I'm already like down 2 or 3 masks by the time I land there. So I go back down and I rest and I heal anyway. It's super punishing for a little mistake. It is too punishing. It's not too, the game is not too difficult. It is too punishing with not enough payoff. Kind of reminds me, I don't want to go into it too much, but kind of reminds me of, there was someone, I was playing a tabletop game with a few people, and the GM, let's just say they did kind of the same thing. They had things be too punishing. Not this punishing, but, and there wasn't any breathing room. It's like every session was the same level of intensity or more, basically. There wasn't any breathing room. Everything always felt very, like, we have to be careful. We don't have room to have fun. You get my point. I don't feel like I have room to have fun and enjoy myself a bit. I'm gonna go, I think I'm gonna make my way down here to stop ranting for a bit. Go down here. I have to make my way all the way back there. And use the stuff I ground up to buy everything in this shop. Except for some of their stuff requires craft metal, so they have another limited resource that is gonna stop you from getting certain equipment. That's fun. Why was that necessary? First I thought it might be kind of cool. No, it's... Now I'm like, oh great, this stuff is so rare. Like, and mask shards are so rare as well. Like I said, I was lurking in someone's stream, still am actually, who's way better at the game than I am. Like, definitely way better. Way ahead of me. And they still only have 2 more masks than I do. I know they're far ahead of me in the game. Why do they have so few masks? This game is obviously bigger than all, right? It has so much more. The enemies are way more punishing. Mask shards should be more plentiful. You should find them more. But no, I've gotten 1.5 masks in all of my, you know, I could check how long I played this. I have played this for 56 hours. Now, granted, probably a couple of those are me ranting. If you're taking down all the rants or whatnot. I don't think I even have this much time in Hollow Knight. Actually, no, I'm kind of curious. Where's Hollow Knight? No. I have 47.9, so pretty much I have 48 hours in Hollow Knight. And I even went back and I started a new game and been running around. Didn't do it for too long. But yeah, that's from Hollow Knight. Now, Silksong. I've been around for more time in Silksong and I have gotten a single mask. Well, a mask and a half. In the time it took me to pretty much beat Hollow Knight. Okay, granted, I don't actually have any achievements because I was being stubborn and fighting the Radiance over and over. And then I didn't know that I got to the end of the Radiance fight, and I didn't know that was that it was one hit, so I kept jumping on. So I consider that yes, I did beat the Radiance. I just never didn't know it was one hit, so I kept trying. I was trying to figure out, okay, when do I have time to jump over there, hit it, and land back on the platform? Well, I didn't need to do that. I do need to go and actually beat it one of these days. But I did get all the way there. I could have simply jumped over there, hit it. I would have been done. And no, I was basically refusing to try and get either of the other endings. I don't think I knew that I could get them and then redo that fight. I don't think I actually knew I could do that. So I was like, nope, I am doing this. And then things got busy and I never actually got back to it. But I could have easily just beaten it the normal way too. Well, okay, Hornet would have been stuck in there, but yeah. Hey, Sharma. Oh, that's just a scared pilgrim. So you found this place too, sister. The Citadel's... He's just gonna keep going ahoy, isn't he? As I said, the writing and these little goofy bits have such charm to them, but because they're spattered throughout just brutal, punishing entire game, they just lose so much of their charm. Because I'm not exploring, I'm slogging through mud. That's what I would say about it right now, because of how punishing it is, and just how things keep trying to beat you down. I feel like I don't feel like I don't have anywhere to explore because I'm just so it exhausts me so much. So instead of finding him going, oh, I find it, I'm just like, and it is fun. It's a fun, yeah, it's a fun charm to it, but it. I said I want to love the game, and I said I'm not just coldly saying it's a good game. No, it is. But as I've said many times before, even good games can have flaws. And this, I suppose you could say, this has some major upsides, and some definite flaws that drag all the upsides down with them, and just make the upsides to the game not as good because they're being held down by the negatives. And maybe those negatives will be fixed. Because as I said, when I played Holland, I did been out for a year, so I'm sure they had balanced and fixed up a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, as some put it, hey, even the developers agreed that things were a bit much because they reduced the damage on the environment, and they made some of the early boss fights easier. So like, I think they just need to actually remake some certain areas, like the area where you get you pull yourself forward with your needle. That should just not have that shouldn't have an arena fight after it, because you're forced to do that with what you have. Completely takes away player agency to swap out their equipment to try again, or swap out their tools. You can't swap out. You have no bench. You're forced to do that. Maybe there was a side path out, but then what would be the point of going through the like practicing the stuff? I don't think there was a side path out. Maybe one opened after you completed it. But I don't know. I got out of there and left. Oh, let me see. So you found this place too, sister. The Citadel's grand promise has been strangled away by cursed thread. At least the great bell here grants us some sanctuary. We're amongst the blessed few. Granted, just a little more than. What? Well, see here what your rash behavior has wrought, Bellringer. As I predicted, this once peaceful sanctuary is now crawling with all sorts. Excuse me. We've the beginnings of a shabby little settlement, all huddled around this old shrine. These poor bugs, all are victims of the Citadel and its insidious attraction. This place draws them up into its maw, only to consume them utterly. Aye, inside and out. Snuffing grand, or snuffing but a A grand gilded lie. Well, at least these two stragglers can enjoy a moment's safety, poor fools. Oh! Wish well. Okay, so reward, something I guess it would be nice to carry on around. As I said, I'm just so... The game has exhausted me so much, and I'm... Like, finding things that, like, I normally would be excited about. I'm just tired. And I had quite a few days off from this game. I couldn't stream because of power stuff and busy and whatnot. And then I come back to it and it's just so quickly exhausted and it doesn't work. I should probably stop soon so I actually can relax and rest my voice because my throat is not feeling great. And maybe it doesn't help that I was sick earlier this week. I don't know, like, I said, part of me just wants to play it offline, but I don't want to. I don't want to be like, yeah, I would have did this offline, I would have did that offline. I don't want to deprive people of being able to see that. But right now, all people get to see is me ranting about stuff because of how the game's made to just punish you way more than it should. It's too much. I think I'll come up here later. Once my brain has rested a bit more. I want to go fight those bosses, but I don't know. Maybe Sherman's gonna move on if I fight the bosses, so I just... Maybe I should stop here and just... I don't know. I probably shouldn't have streamed this today. I probably should have streamed something else and then waited until I was feeling better, more rested to stream this. Just really tired. Like, okay, I know people might move on, so if I go and do the, like, boss fight that's probably here, I think I saw something there, which is probably a fight too. If I go through this, will people disappear from here? Will I miss out? I don't know. Well, I guess one thing I could look up is, like, a map of Act 1 secrets, because I'm in Act 2, so maybe I missed some things in Act 1 that could help, I don't know. Alright, I was gonna go back down there. I could look up Act 1 secrets. Normally, I wouldn't want to do this until I've gotten through most of the game. I don't really care at this point, because as I said, the game just beat the care out of me. Oh well. Right, I was gonna go back down here and buy all the stuff from them, because I think I can afford it. As I said, like, when I got the pin upgrade, like, I can see, like, yay, okay, the ants take one less hit. But even the small ants still take 3 hits. Like, the ants are so durable. Getting a pin upgrade is like, okay, yeah, they take some less hits, but they still feel really tough. Remember when you got your first nail upgrade? Or 2 in a row, if you had managed to find some hail behind that. Like, it really felt like it made a difference. This time it's like, I think it was like 3 and it goes down to 2 hits. and then you get another one that goes up to 1 hit. This is like, oh yeah, these flying enemies now go from 4 hits down to 3. I'm guessing eventually you get it upgraded enough to where they're probably 1 or 2 hit, but who knows if I'll ever get to that point. So who knows? I'm sure some of the pin nail is locked behind some stupid thing. Alright, I've also got that quest to go find ingredients. I guess I could probably do that. I could get some pin nail from it. I think all that stuff is in that. I don't even know. Completely forgot about that, because I don't know. Wait, where is the underworks? Oh, wait a minute. That's right. There's one. I forgot. I put a pin over that. Okay, there is fast travel there. Whoops, I was dumb. I put this over it because I want to remember where the fast travel thing was. So, of course, it goes over the actual pin. Okay, that was just my bad. Yes, there is fast travel. I just forgot about it. Sorry if it seems like I'm complaining too much about the game. I don't like the rant. I don't like the going like complaining rants, yada yada yada. I want to love the game, but it's just too much at times. Like instead of being excited for finding something, just like here we go again and stuff. Just tired. And I forgot to put on my compass. Like, why is that door even thing, though? How many do I need? Oh, lovely. Basically, all of them require craft metal. Allowing evasive options. What does that even do? A hidden weapon? What does that do? I don't... Like... And they require craft metal. Like, a chunk of the rosary says they require that. And they also require craft metal. And I have 1. So they just like, yeah, you know those shops where you can say, oh, you buy stuff and what? No, we're just gonna make it even harder for you to actually get, and they don't even really tell you what it does. Is it good? Is it not good? Is it something that isn't good but doesn't fit me? Is it not good but it will actually fit how I like to play? I don't know. It's just... Why would they even make it cost crap? Oh, because they just made them all crap. Well, I only have 1. I've been running around all over the place. Where's some more craft metal? Probably in that arena fight that I was trying to do. Like, okay, here, I'll come back here and I'll buy some things from here. So I remember they had more stuff. So I'll come back here. And that's what I find. It's just... What even is the point of this? You know, since I'm here, I might as well look at that. That door must have shut. Right, here's out here. Those guys I don't mind too much. Other guys that I hate. Those guys are actually kind of melee fighters. They're okay when they're flying melee fighters. Okay, because they have to get close to them. Because I hate for the ranged ones. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just make them kind of tanky for an old sickly flying person. It literally says that they're sickly in their description. Like, yeah, we're just gonna make them take 5 hits, with the, single upgrade on there, which means they're probably a 6-hit enemy. Well, they're constantly flying away from you. Just spam normal attacks. After they do their spin attack, they should at least have a period of, like, holding still and resting after they've spun in a deadly circle and somehow become immortal when they do that. But no, they finish their spin, bounce off the floor because they're trying to hit you, bounce, flip out, and they're just fine, and they start flying away. It's not a good designed enemy. It's a badly designed enemy. I'll just start saying that things are badly designed when they're badly designed. That doesn't mean they're impossible to fight, no. And maybe it's like, oh, you need to chase after them until they get stuck on a wall and you can kill them. How that would probably work, but you shouldn't have to do that with an enemy. Especially when it can deal 2 points of damage for some absurd reason, when it's supposed to be like an old sickly guy. How the hey is he that strong? Why does he become immortal? You can't even knock him out if you time your attack right and hit him. You can't knock his projectiles back at him, you just hit him and make him useless. Or first Hollow Knight, any projectile you could hit, you could knock back at someone. This game, no. You can knock the bells back, but that's just it. It doesn't matter that Horn is way bigger and probably can hit harder than the Knight or something. Knock things back. No, you can't knock those projectiles back. That would actually make it, maybe an okay designed enemy that you get him positioned so he throws it, maybe jump up or climb onto a wall so he throws it straight at you, attack, knock it back into him. That would take some skill. No, but we can't have people, getting through this game by skill. We just have to, make them suffer. Okay, now I'm complaining. Okay, I need to stop that. Ranting is one thing, complaining is another. I don't want to do that. Where was I doing? Where even was I doing? Yes, that is perfect English. I am speak well. I feel like the longer I play this game, like the less enjoyable it becomes. For the more I played Hollow Knight, even though I ran into some frustrating challenges, I enjoyed it more and more as I was getting better at it, more skilled, exploring more, getting stronger. And playing this, I'm just enjoying it less and less. It's just becoming more and more of a just painful not backtrack, but painful time-wasting slog to go back to things every single time, and it's just tiring. And then the fights are annoying too. It's like, why would you make this long drop? It's not even long. Like, if it was a long drop, long straight drop, that would be one thing. Even if there were spikes in it, you could at least figure out, okay, I can drop right here and just fall all the way down, right? No, it's got a twists in it, so you have to float over these spikes, float over those spikes, drop down. Can't just drop straight down because there's those, small things that shatter if you basically shatter immediately if you just touch them. I have a feeling like if I win that arena fight, the lava's gonna start rising, and if I die to it, because I need to, suddenly have to parkour all the way up out of there, then I'm gonna have to redo the arena fight. That's what I feel like is gonna happen, because I wouldn't put it past this game at this point. And that would be really stupid. To give you a super tough arena fight, and your reward for beating the arena fight is super hard parkour. Wow, what a reward. And maybe if you beat that, then maybe we'll actually give you probably a shard chunk or something. Or maybe a single mask shard. Who knows? Maybe that's where one of the pieces of craft metal is. I don't know. So, sorry, I probably should have stopped streaming a while ago. I feel like I need to actually do something that would be enjoyable to watch, but I think I need to stop. At this point, I'm just about ready to just play it offline so I don't make people suffer watching me try and just break down and I'm trying to enjoy a game. As people have put it, it's like they forgot a game is supposed to be fun. Because that is what it feels like at this point. It's like they went, okay, we need to make it challenging. And then they forgot to make it fun. There's still fun things in it, but they're shadowed maybe not overshadowed, but they're shadowed by just the slog and just exhaustion of getting through this. It's just like the Savage Beast line wasn't a alright, I got it moment like Widow was. I will continue to bring up Widow as the example of a good boss fight and a good run back. That surprised me. And Sister, like Widow and Sister Splinter, I'm going to keep bringing those two up as examples. Oh, look, Prism's jumping around on the frozen mountaintop. Huh. Oh, she's talking to it. Yeah, I don't even care about spoilers anymore. I've just had enough. As I said, I'm so close. Like, I don't want a mod to be like, hey, look, you know, I'm beating this game. I've gotten this far through this game, but oh wait, it's modded to make it enjoyable. I don't want to stream that. I mean, I guess I could just take off the first playthrough tag and just put in like playing modded Silksong, and just let people know that hey, I'm still playing for the first time, but I modded it. Do that because at this point I'm just about ready to do that because it's not fun. I think they forgot games are supposed to be fun. Hollow Knight was as challenging as some of the parts and frustrating as some of the parts were. It was fun. You could beat a boss, you unlock a new ability, and then you could go around and explore. And while the enemies could be tough in some areas, like the enemy with an unupgraded nail, I think with no upgrades on the nail, I think some of the things in Deep Nest took like 4 hits. You know, the smaller things took 4 hits with no upgrades. That's Deep Nest. We're not talking about early game here. Well, okay, you can get there early game, and I did go there. And plus, that was the main enemy. You didn't have those things taking 4 hits. And then, like, some bigger enemies, which are also pretty aggressive, taking, like, 5 or 6 or however many some of those ant warriors take. And then even bigger enemies than them taking even more hits. You didn't have that. Yes, I'm talking about the ants. The enemies just... I think they have too much... Like, the only thing stopping me from modding the tar out of it so I can actually enjoy it is because I'm streaming it. That's it. Otherwise, I would just mod it so it actually is fun again. Because it was fun in the beginning. And I'm fine with something being challenging. But not being so challenging that it's just a pain. Like, if that arena fight with the lab at the bottom, if I had a rest spot like right before that, I could just keep hopping right back in there, I'd probably be a lot more fine with it. But it's just like to go all the way back every time. Here we go again. All the way back. Try again. Stress out because I do not have enough room to here. The enemies are tough. The floor is gone. Yeah, Team Cherry cooked, and then they burnt the edges, and the top, and a little bit of the meal. It's still edible. Still has some good parts in that taste really good, delicious, and they're just wonderful. Then you're eating those delicious parts of that wonderful pie, and where am I going with this analogy? Why did I start talking about pies? I don't know. But you know, then you get part of that burnt, overcooked something, or oops, they didn't mix in, I don't know, baking powder perfectly into the cake, so you just get a lump of baking powder, and it just ruins everything. And now you have that in your mouth because oops, they didn't stir that one part quite right and just ruined the cake because now you have just baking powder. Believe me, I've put too much baking powder in something before. It's not good. No, wait, too much baking soda is I think what I put in. And it's what I don't think it was too much baking powder. It was too much baking soda. Very different things, by the way. I know they sound similar, but they're very different. It was too much baking soda I put in something, because I mixed up measurements. It wasn't good. It was... Oh, it was really not good. That cake was... The cake wasn't a lie. But I'd be lying if I said it tasted good, because it didn't. And yeah, so... It's like that. It's like a wonderful cake, but they didn't... Maybe they used a little bit too much baking powder, baking soda, or whatnot. And yeah, I'm using a cake analogy for talking about soda sauce. And then they, overcooked it. What I mean by overcooked it is, they probably got to the a good challenge, and then they went farther. They cooked the challenge too much. And made it a bit too heavy. It's a bit too much, guys. Literally, you went a little too far. As someone said, they had no beta testers, and it shows. Because, like, yeah, I mean, which is, understandable. They were just doing it amongst themselves, having fun, and, more power to them for having a lot of fun. But it shows that nobody tested this. Again, the person who mentioned the Mario Maker levels that they made were way too hard, because they had made them and been testing them so long that each time they added something to make it a bit more difficult because it felt too easy. Well, they knew. Like, imagine if that arena fight with the lava, if they had things on the beginning, on the floor, and just like a few enemies, and they went, okay, it felt too easy, so they added some other enemies. Tweaked these enemies like this. Maybe made them tougher in some other area, and oops, they made them tougher there too, and because they changed that enemy, and tweaked things here and there. But it wasn't challenging enough because they've been testing the game so much there, testing and making sure it works, that, oh, okay, well, we'll just make it a bit harder, and then a bit harder, and then they decide to remove the floor and have lava there rather than permanent things. They just have things sink real fast for some reason. Like, super fast they sink. Like, land, jump, attack, land, I'm dead. You know how fast you can jump in there, just like, boom. That's all I did, is I landed, jump, hit, like, from standing position, I just landed, jump, hit, and I tried to jump again, and I was in the lava. Because I didn't have time to do that. It was... those two are only there for you to, like, land on and jump off. It's just... Why? Why couldn't they be permanent? The fight would still be hard. You still would have to be dodging around these flying enemies, but you would have... You have so little room on the walls. It's ridiculous. Yeah, maybe there's a tool somewhere... I don't know, there's probably a tool somewhere. At this point, I might just play it offline, go and find secrets, find any tools I missed, find any equipment things I missed, and then I can come back and actually do something better than whatever this stream was. Most of this has just been... And I'm sorry, I don't like stream like this. But I just wanted to enjoy the game. And I'm not. I was. But I'm not today. I think I do need to quit. I think I'm just gonna end stream. I know people probably think, haha, pathetic, like, win, just need to get good. Well, maybe people need to get good at considering their players. Because I do not think that Team Cherry did. Again, probably not entirely their fault. They were probably so used to it from playtesting it themselves that they probably didn't realize what they had done. As some put it, they've already nerfed environmental damage, not the lava, but apparently the spikes used to do 2 ticks of damage. They've already nerfed that. They've changed things to be easier in some places already. So yeah, they themselves know they went too far in some places. I just hope they can tweak the game in other places to actually make it fun. This game is so much. It is so much fun. It feels so much. It feels better. Like just the movement and stuff feels so much better, but it also feels so much more limiting because of like the oh, I can have basically near to the beginning before I got, if I didn't get the dice, I would look at that and go, okay, I can have two equipment pieces that are useful for combat. Two. Where in Hollow Knight I could mix and match because of the different charm costs or the different notch costs. I can mix things around and probably get quite a few. Maybe I could only have two if I took some of the more expensive ones. I think what they should have done is the crest should only be. Maybe I think the crest could have like your throwing weapons on it, and that's it. And then what you use the memory lockets for is just a permanent upgrade on maybe a separate page. That's just, you use so many memory lockets and they get more expensive as they go along, and they just upgrades like alternates between gold and blue. Get one, if you get a gold one, get a blue one, get a gold one, get a blue one. And when you go and get an upgrade from what's her name, it just unlocks like a separate one down below. Or you could just have them out, or always cost one or maybe two memory lockets to unlock one, or I don't know, maybe the cost starts going up as you unlock it. But then you would have these permanent upgrades, and you could have multiple lumens. Would that make you overpowered? I don't think so. And also, it would make the memory lockets feel way better. Right now, I'm wandering around with four of them, and I'm just like, I don't have anything to use them on. I don't need that other gold slot on the Reaper crest. I'm gonna save them in case I find a different crest that I want to unlock them on. So I'm saving. I'm basically finding charm notches, but I'm saving them instead of using them to upgrade something because I don't need them at the moment. Yeah, I get what they were kind of trying to do with it, and they wanted to make it different, but it limits player creativity so much. Like, I can have two things that are useful for combat. Okay, three because I got the dice. Luckily, a person in chat, like my old MM2, let me know kind of how to get those. Because I would have not spent that much time doing that. Because you have to like win against them so many times or something when you play dice with them. So I needed a whole lot of beats too. And it's like, if I hadn't gotten those, then I would have two things useful for combat. That's it. I could swap out. It's not a lot of. Okay, well, yeah, there's the crests, but the attack range on the first two crests I got, like on the first crest and the Wanderer crest, are so tiny that they're not good for a lot. Like they work for some boss fights, but they're not. They work. I understand how they would work wonderfully for other people. It just don't really work for me. There's a reason I liked the Lonenail and the Mark of Pride in the first game. Where are they here? Oh wait, they're nowhere. Right, because those would actually be really nice to have. It'd be really nice to have those quality of life things. And I think that's why they didn't give you it. Like the Stalwart Shell increases your iframes. That would be really nice to have. Way less useful because everything does 2 damage. Well, not everything, but basically all the bosses do. But it would be useful, especially if you're in an area where the boss summons small things. It could be a tactic to let the small thing hit you, and so the boss, and then just spam attack the boss with like the Wanderer Crest, high attack speed, and you have a bit more iframes because you had to have like a stalwart shell. Except for, oh wait, you don't have the stalwart shell either. All of my favorite charms from the first game are non-existent here. How wonderful. Because attack range is just a quality. It makes some things easier, yes, but it's mainly like quality of life. And I think they basically removed all quality of life upgrades. Masks, well, bosses, everything does do masks worth of damage, or not everything, but basically every boss, which I think why Widow was probably another reason why Widow was so good. She only actually did one. It was fine. I loved that fight. Still quite chaotic. She didn't need to do two. In fact, I think most bosses don't need to. I don't know why they did. Apparently there's a mod that removes that, and I might use it. Especially if, like, just I could have something else on help with that arena fight. It would remove the 2 damage from those flame things. Anyway, I'm just gonna stop there. I guess this will go up on YouTube as well. I know it was going to be a challenging game. I'm fine with it being challenging. But not when I have to sit there and just stress and strain, try and figure what the hell am I supposed to do here? Tiny arena, floor lava, what? Oh, in other words, they made it that way just to be difficult. And then they probably aren't going to reward you all that. I'm probably just gonna look up what the hey I even get out of that fight. It's probably a piece of craft metal, knowing my luck. It's a bit ridiculous. Oh hell, I'm sorry the first time chatter popped in while I'm ranting. I'm sorry about that. Hello. I can pop it back down if you want to. Can be, yeah. The thing is as I've mentioned earlier, it's not the difficulty exactly. There was a YouTube video someone mentioned where they brought up, and I think I kind of agree with them, how was it the difference between good difficulty and bad difficulty. And bad difficulty, they mentioned what good difficulty was, and a lot of things in the game fall under that category, but bad difficulty, what is it? Why did that, what the hey? Huh. That was weird. Sorry, I have the chat opened on a different screen. Like a little tiny laptop-like thing. Doesn't pull much power. And for some reason its screen just shut off for a bit. I don't know why. Well, that just kind of distracted me. Sorry that you had to pop into me ranting and just ending, but I mean, I could play the game for another half hour if you want some Silksong content. But yeah, that's why I'm a little bit kind of at the game, because part of it is like I don't like ranting on stream. I really don't, but I also don't just well, no, thank you. But yeah, as the one person said, the things that are the only, I think that, how did they word it? Basically, the only 2 things that are under bad difficulty are if you remove player agency, which the game has done before, by the way. I could tell you exactly what room the game did that in. Only a single room, so yeah, pretty good, but it still did it once. And if it wastes, like, or not waste, but like if it doesn't respect the player's time, and the game has also done that a lot. Like I was talking about, what was that? You know, if I'm gonna blabber about this, I should probably just pull the game back up so I can actually show you what I was talking about. But the place in, I believe it's in Farfields. And you know, if you have advice for me, I'm perfectly willing to here, but wait, did my stream disconnect for a bit? Is that what happened? But what is it? I believe it was in Farfields. I believe is that call is called. Nope, I see the stream. Okie dokie. Weird. Let me check. This arena fight down here. It's like they decided to try and take a fight from out of the Colosseum of Fools, but they made the floor do 2 points of damage to you, and yeah, I know I have... By the way, one of my complaints is the fact that, this charm has to recharge, and also the fact that I just feel like your build variety is so lacking. Because if I didn't get the dice, I would have 2 charms that are good for combat. 2. And so where in Hollow Knight, because I mean, hey, this is the same game, I'm gonna compare it to Hollow Knight. Every time you got a charm notch, it felt amazing. And in here, I'm just sitting here on 4 memory lockets because I don't need them. It's still nice to find one, but yeah. But yeah, that fight down there, I'm like, okay, so you have very little room on the walls to jump. Build is a little limited, sadly, yeah. I mentioned before you popped in that I am pretty close to, well, I really, really want to play the game vanilla the first time. I'm getting closer and closer to just modding the tar out of it so I can actually have fun. And I really don't want to do that because there is so much good in the game. I have ranted about what I dislike, but I have also gone on a rant about how much I liked the Widow fight. I don't know if you liked the Widow fight, but oh, I loved the Widow fight. To the point where when I saw someone beat them first try, I was sad for the person because they didn't get to keep experiencing fighting Widow. It was that much fun. And the run back to Widow was fun. They made a run back that was enjoyable and added to the fight. How did they do that? But they did. The run back was fun. The fight was fun. Where did the fun go? Actually, I don't know if you heard me mention it earlier, but someone did mention what they think happened when they were developing it. And I can't really blame the developers for this, because I can perfectly see how it could happen, how they explained it. And they explained, it was someone on YouTube explaining that they used to make Mario Maker levels. Now, I've never played Mario Maker, but I've heard that it is notorious for sometimes having ridiculously difficult levels. And, they mentioned while they were making those levels, they would be testing them a whole bunch. And they would go, like, when they were done testing, they would put things in. It just didn't feel hard enough, so they would put something in to make it a bit harder. Yeah, but you can't just push through a game, especially if you aren't having fun. Yeah, and the thing is, I want to have fun, and I do want to love the game. I can see there is a lot of good in it. But I think someone basically put it's not that the game is too difficult, it's that it doesn't reward you well enough for the challenges you overcome. And it's also punishes you too harshly. Like, part of it, this thing down here, this fight, I don't think I would have near as much of a problem with this arena fight if I didn't have to go from this bench, open the door, wait, take a bit of time. Remember, the 2 things in bad difficulty. One was not respecting the player's time, or wasting the player's time. That's what this does, because I have to open the door, or I can come from this other bench. Then I have to make my way over here, go in, go up, do a bit of parkour, not difficult, but do a bit, go in here. And then I can't just fall straight down. No, I have to float, go in there, float over some spikes, fall a bit, float over some other spikes, jump down another hole, float down this whole hole, maybe fall a bit fast here and there. But there's a few things, some spikes on top, so I don't want to just jump down it. I have to go through all that time just to redo just to redo the fight. And the fight arena is like, you have very short walls, 2 platforms which for some reason they made just drop into the lava super quickly. I don't know why. Why was that necessary? Why was it even necessary to have it fall into the lava? Yeah, as I said, I'm getting closer to just slapping some mods on. I don't want to mod the game when I'm playing through it for the first time. Oh, when I planned that when I played it if I played it the second time, I would slap mods all over it. Which tells you something, because I want to play the first game again at some point, and I don't want to mod that, because it was fun. The weird thing is that I feel like they decided to make the second game harder. They feel like we had to make the second game harder, and I actually disagree with that, with the point that the second game needed to be harder. I don't think it did. Okay, I'll read this and I'll mention why. I've completed the game 100%. Oops, I put the chat box slightly in the wrong space, so let me just scoot that over. There we go, now I can read your comment properly. 100%, and did both speedrun and... Oh boy, got through Steel Soul. That's impressive. As I've said before, if people love the game and really like it, you know what? More power to them, and I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm happy that people can enjoy it. But some of the things I don't think were necessary. I can tell you the biggest issue I have isn't the 2 damage. I don't even have a problem with the 2 damage, actually. That's an interesting thing, is that some people bring that up, but I'm like, I don't actually have a problem with that. Not really. I do understand how it has caused some problems. But the amount of gauntlets in this game has... Yeah, that... So one thing I would point out, and one thing that... Well, everything I've seen, I do agree that... Oops, messed up there. A lot of what I have to... Like the complaints I have could be, a bit subjective. Maybe it's just my experience. But I believe it was this room right here. I think... the room where you get this move, where you can pull yourself through the air, that room has a gauntlet at the end. And because it has a gauntlet at the end, I will say that was a horribly designed room. Absolutely awful. Because it does both things that are under the bad difficulty. It wastes your time, because you have to go through, there's no shortcut, you have to go through that parkour every time. It's not too long. Every time to retry the arena fight. And it also removes player agency, because you get a checkpoint when you get that ability, which means you do not have a bench. So you are forced to do that arena fight, which has no reason being there. Why is there an arena fight there? I don't know. But you are forced to do that arena fight with the equipment you have equipped, with the crest you have equipped, and if you run out of tools, boo-hoo, you're out of tools. Luckily, I spammed enough tools that I got through it on, I think, my 3rd or 4th try, because I was trying to do it without tools, because I realized what the situation I was in was. I will straight up say that was bad design. That is just awful. No, the game is not perfect, and I'm aware of that. And maybe the developers will realize that and patch that out. As I've heard, apparently all environments used to deal 2 damage, and then they patched that out. So, you know what? They're fixing things. And as I said, with the, alright, earlier I mentioned why I don't think the game had to be more difficult. And why I think that is because... Well, just out of curiosity, so I could ask you the question, just to see if you agree with me. Do you like these, like Hollow Knight and Silksong because it's a challenging game? Or do you like it for a different reason? Personally, I liked Hollow Knight, the challenge added to it, but I liked it because I loved exploring the world. And I liked getting upgrades and playing around with the different charms and stuff, and learning how to jump and bounce off things and do stuff. There's a reason I was always using Longnail. Personally, I like these types of games, not due to the difficulty, but I personally like enjoying Metroidvania as a whole. Now, granted, Hollow Knight was my first Metroidvania, and I'm pretty sure Silksong is my second, so I haven't played really that many of other ones. Yeah, it seems, from what I've heard, and I guess the little bit I know about the Metroidvania genre, Some people talk about this like it's a Souls-like, and I know that's stuck on there. I wouldn't really consider Hollow Knight or Silksong a Souls-like. I'm fine with the tag being on them because it helps people find them, and they're, very well-made games. So I'm fine with the tag being there. But I wouldn't really consider them Souls-like. Yeah, from what I've heard about Metroidvania, it's like there's always a lot of exploring and like environmental storytelling, or just finding new areas, finding cool equipment, finding things. It's the exploration. And that's what I love. And I think Team Cherry, well, they would probably love it as well. Well, they're making the game. And as the one person put it, the guy who used the Mario Maker analogy, because they mentioned they made Mario Maker levels, and then because they were testing it, the levels seemed too easy, so they kept making them harder. Until by the time they were done, it was a bit of a challenge for them. So, okay, here's a good, challenging level. And they had their family play it. And their family went, what the hey? What is this? Because it was way too challenging. But it wasn't challenging for the person who made it because they've been testing it. And they basically said they think that's what happened with Team Cherry. Because they spent so long making it and just having fun making the game. And I'm happy for them that they had fun. They just got so used to it from the years, literal years of testing and working on it, that they forgot that not everybody has it. And I know no game is for everybody. When it comes to Team Cherry, I felt like they saw people complete 5th Pantheon and thought they probably had to make it a little more challenging. I have something to say about the Pantheons, though. Because I think... Well, because I thought about this earlier, and I'll mention it in a bit once I finish reading your comment. They had to make it a little more challenging for the fan base, but didn't think about some of the casual players. Pretty much, I suppose that it may be, maybe not. That could be it. But the thing with the Pantheon is, I think that was one of the reasons why the first Hollow Knight was so well done. Is because for the people who just love the challenge, just love a super difficult challenge, they had the Pantheon. They had Radiance to go fight. You had those challenges that you could overcome and practice and really test yourself against. But none of that was necessary. It was not anywhere, didn't even touch the main game. And I think that's what Silksong needs. Silksong needs to be like the first game. Maybe it could be a bit more challenging, sure, because you have tools, so I know that the tools are a wonderful addition. But that can make things a lot easier. If you had tools in the first Hollow Knight, you'd smear everybody. So understandable that some things are a bit more difficult. But you're also pretty limited in build variety, so maybe it does balance out. But I think the difficulty should be Silksong needs its own God Home. And so the people who love that challenge can go off to Silksong's God Home type thing, whatever it would be called, and then there's for that player, and then they can have a game for the casual players as well. And just out of curiosity, because at this point, I've been trying to avoid spoilers, the game has beaten me into the point of not caring about spoilers all that much. I don't want to have the story spoiled, but I am kind of curious, does this game have its own God Home? I'm going to sit on the bench. Let Hornet take a nap. Because, I'm guessing it might, or maybe they'll add one later, but, that's what the game can use for people who love that sort of thing. It's I don't know. I mean, I could just start naming my streams Modded Silksong and then just mod it so it can be a little more... right, in that arena fight, another thing I have, okay, So first, one of these weird bugs pops down that spits lava at you, just literal lava. Does it have a what? String? Oh, sorry about that. Sometimes that happens. I was wondering if this game has its own version of Godom. Because I think that's where the difficulty should be. Not in the main game. Well, yes, the main game should have its own challenge, because that is the type of game it is. But I think instead of cranking up the difficulty of the main game, it should have been on the same level, maybe a little bit harder than Hollow Knight, but been around the same level. And then for the people who love that challenge, give them a version of Godhome where they can fight super, like, way, way harder bosses that, have harder arenas and stuff like that. Because no, it doesn't? I'm assuming they might add it in eventually. This game does not have a Godhome. It needs one. And then the base game needs to be chilled down a little bit. I think. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I can tell there was so much effort and just wonderful things from, like, one of my favorite, like, I absolutely love how the story is going. The fact that, Hornet can talk, so you can talk back and forth with these characters. But there's some things I just don't like the fact that I think someone mentioned, like, as soon as you get the dash upgrade, Chakra disappears from the that arena fight with the ants. It's like, why? I like to fight, like, if I have an NPC in the fight, that's an experience that you're now just taking away from the player because they made the mistake of getting an upgrade. Why would you punish the player? It takes away the enjoyable experience and just makes the game hard. It just makes it harder. It's like, why? And why that fast? I mean, maybe if you got way farther on without doing it, then I could understand. The game isn't perfect. Yeah, it's not. And you know what? I do hope that within the next few, as they're updating it, I hope they can turn it into a just about perfect game. Because when I think about it, it's been a long time since I played Hollow Knight. But when I think back, that game was probably near perfect. I'm sure it had some problems that drove me nuts. If I go back to play it, I'm probably going to keep trying to grab onto the side of a ledge and, hoist myself up. Like Hornet can do, but the Knight can't do that. I'm probably gonna... If I go back to that game, I'm gonna fall to my death so much. It would probably be funny. There's so many things they did right, but yeah, they, made the game too punishing. I think someone put it oh, sorry. I can allow that. Interesting, that only showed up on my side screen, not the little chat box. But yeah, I do have, auto mod on for certain things. Oh, right. Because you mentioned it was bare boned, but, boned was auto modded. Because, well, people use that for a different, in a different way. People use that in a people use the word boned in an inappropriate way. So, it got auto-modded. So I just had to click the allow button. Hollow Knight, but let's see, Hollow Knight was bare bone when it first came out. They continued to push updates. They had a lot of things and fixed a lot of stuff. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe I should just take a break from this game for a while. See if they update and fix some things. The weird thing is, I haven't noticed any bugs. Now, I will say, in the fight with the Savage Beast flying, I think its sideways attacks should probably destroy the enemies. Because the reason Like, I normally hate, enemies, like, bugs. There are a lot of them. I haven't, weirdly enough, I don't think I've noticed any. Now, maybe I just think, maybe it's a bug and I think it's a feature and I get annoyed about it. That could be that could be a thing. One of the things I find unnecessary that definitely isn't a bug is the fact that those things that spit lava make it stick to the wall. Oh, I was talking about the ending. Oh. You know, I think sometimes the most fun I've had with this game is just what people say in the chat. Because that gets to be a lot of fun. Like, one person calling me based when I said the run back to the judge fight should not have been that long. It was like, what? Right? Well, not that. They said I was based when I said, I just want to fight the boss. Just let me fight the boss. I don't care if the boss is challenging. I just want to fight the boss. Stop making me run all the way back there. Like, I have a bit of a stuff to those. Sorry for your that. Like, the reason some people compare it to Dark Souls is like, Dark Souls is challenging, you know, it's meant to be challenging, a Souls-like thing. Dark Souls, you can level up. So runbacks eventually become easier and easier as you just smack your way through them or decide to level up a few times. This game, you are stuck with what you've got. It's very different. I heard they fixed it by removing a few enemies from the runbacks. Or from the... Wait, did they... I thought I read the recent patch notes. Maybe I missed that? Or was that run back even worse before I did it? For the judge. Yeah, I figured for the judge. But yeah, I figured. I'm just wondering. It was worse. Okay. Question: did you? That reminds me. Did you fight Sister Splinter before they nerfed her? Because I looked in the patch notes, and it just said that they made the Sister Splinter fight a little easier, or something like that. Or slightly easier, as I think what it said. I'm curious what... Because I actually very much enjoyed that fight. It was a bit frustrating, because normally I hate when the boss summons mobs. But weirdly enough, it actually made that fight better. I completed the game on release, week before any updates pushed. I salute you, good sir. You may wear that badge of honor for the rest of your life. You know, it makes me wonder, there's probably mods that roll it back to a to-release date, just in case people want to do that. But I am curious, what was more difficult about Sister Splinter? Because that's one boss fight, I will praise that fight too. Because when I did, I normally just loathe bosses that summon in mobs. I'm like, I want to fight the boss. Stop it with... By the way, it's because I have a really hard time focusing on a bunch of different things, which is why I like the boss fights and I hate the arena fights. I have a hard time focusing on all the different moving stuff. It's a personal problem. And I get some people are just excellent at it because they can focus on it all that better. So, you know, more power to people like that. I just have trouble with it. So I hate bosses summoning mobs like that. But the Sister Splinter fight worked. And I was amazed when I realized that. When it clicked, I'm like, oh, all of her attacks, the vines she summoned, can destroy the mobs. And her attacks can destroy them. I realized, okay, when she summons, one of them, I might be able to take it out. If she summons two of them, I could try hitting one of them. I might be able to take one out. But then I just start playing a game of basically dodge. I just start dodging around and wait till they're taken out, and then I get back into the fight. And it's just, I'm like, it actually added to the boss fight. It was better for that once I realized it. See, they nerfed her health. Her Splinter Barks used to deal 2 damage, now they only deal 1. I did notice that, I was a bit curious, I'm like, most of the enemies that do a wild flailing swing like that deal 2 damage, but those things only dealt 1. Which, by the way, I don't think enemies that flail like that should deal 2 damage. I think that's kind of stupid, because one of the danger about them is because you cannot hurt them with your, well, at least with your nail. Like, I mean, with your needle, not nail. Wait, what was that? I should, and now she also summons fewer and weaker enemies. Okay. So she used to summon more of them, and they used to deal more damage. I can understand how that would be very annoying. Especially since if she had more health, she would have more time to summon. Again and again and again. Excuse me. Oh, my nose is a bit stuffed up. What was I talking about before that? I can't remember. But like, what was I thinking of? But like, I don't think, like, one of the dangers of those enemies that do a bunch of rapid attacks is that you can't hurt them with your nail at that point, and they have a large area of, they can, like, deal damage to you in, like, this chunk of time, and you need to get back from them. Why make them deal 2 damage? Granted, a lot of them aren't too bad. So I guess most of them are fine. The ones I have a problem with, and I can find them in the bugs here. Where are those things? Because there's one I find to be a horribly unbalanced enemy. Where is that guy? It's right in here. Those guys. As you can tell, I still need to defeat 3 more of them. Because they are a ranged fighter, and the AI is much better for the flying enemies in here, they're constantly just always flying away from you. I'm using the Reaper Crest. I have the bigger attack range, and I still can't really even hit them, because they're so fast flying away from you. And then they can throw things at you, which you can hit, but you cannot hit them back at them, which is a problem. I think you should be able to deflect the things back at them, or maybe not back at them, but like straight ahead of you. So if you position yourself correctly, and then you can knock something back into them, deal a bit of damage, maybe. Nope, can't do that. And then they have their attack that deals 2 damage to you. They become immortal as they spin around and shoot towards you, and can also bounce off the floor. And when they come out of that, they should have a cooldown where they're like dizzy or something, because that would, balance a little bit. Deadly attack, but you stay out of the way. Oh, now they're open. No, they aren't open. They immediately start flying away from you. Yeah. They are one of the worst enemies I have ever fought. And they take 5 hits, by the way. They're way too durable for, if you read its description, it's it's sickly. It literally says it's sickly, right? Yes, it's an exhausted bug that is grown sickly, and yet it still takes 5 hits from an upgraded... Most flying enemies are horrible. Yeah, and, well, actually, I might not weirdly agree with that. Like, these bell things, you can at least hit their bells back at them. And which means if there's other enemies, sometimes you hit the bell into a different enemy. And they weirdly weren't near as difficult for me to get close to, where are they? These guys. The reason I'm okay with these guys is because they're a melee fighter. Yes, they're annoying, but to attack you, they need to get close, so at least... They'll fly away from you. To attack you, they need to get up close, and now you can actually fight them. Why I have such a problem with these guys is because they're a ranged fighter, and the only attack where they get close to you bounces off at least one wall, so they'll get back into the air and awaken you a little bit. And they're completely immortal when they do it. You can't hurt them. Maybe one of your silk skills could hurt them. I don't know. That's why I have a problem with those guys. These guys are tough and annoying, but I would rather fight these guys than these guys. That's how, yeah. Dreadstorm helped me with most of those annoying flying enemies. Yeah, I get it does seem to work. I haven't really used it on these guys, or I can't even remember if I had it when I fought these ones. The problem is you also, because of how the healing and the damage and stuff works, I'm usually saving it to try and heal myself. Again, because the upgrades aren't near as big as in Hollow Knight either. Like, yeah, sure, it only takes a couple of silk spools to get, like, another thing of silk, but you get one more line. You don't get one more spell's worth. So, yeah. I still only have one of the silk hearts. I'm assuming once you get that up to 3, then it's like it probably recharges enough that you can use a spell every time it recharges. Well, at least maybe if you're using that one charm. Is this, enhances that a little bit. So, like, I can see some of the build variety, but I haven't really gotten into it. As I said, the game has so much good going for it, and I do love the story. And I love talking with the characters. I know Sherma is supposed to be up here, and everybody loves Sherma. But I didn't go in to talk to her because I was just so exhausted. The weird thing is, I think all I've done this stream is kill the Savage Beastfly, rant a bunch, go down here, check this out, and then rant a bunch more. And I've been streaming for, how long have I been streaming for? 5 hours. I don't think I think most of this 5 hours has been me ranting. This game has potential. Oh yeah, it has potential to be. I think that's the reason probably most people have stuck with it, is because it just, you could say it oozes potential. So much. Just gonna give it some time, yeah. Maybe I should stop and just give it more time. I think it's the main thing I wanted to say, because, like, I do, like, the move, as I said, the game, I think, runs better than Hollow Knight. It feels smoother. It just feels better to move around. Like, there's so many things that are just better, but they took some things a bit too far. It's like one of the things is that I was thinking about is, like, where are all the mask shards? That's what I'm wondering. Because when you think about it, I kind of see it. I don't know if it really is supposed to be this way, but the way I see it is like, okay, Hornet's had her power drained. Prince! Well, I guess I have to go long. I was planning on stopping a half hour. Down here comes the sounds. Hello, President. I was so sorry. I hope this is going better for you than it is. There you go. Thank you for the follow.
That's it.
Who was that? My
You're
nose is stuffed
putting
up.
on the maid outfit.
We get to the insanity. I guess I'm putting on a maid outfit. Wait, is that JoJo? I say, but never. It indeed. It is JoJo music. I say as I. And here we go. Well, I guess I can't. I still can't go a single stream without getting stuck in the maid outfit of the cat cage, can I? Why do you all do this to me? Sorry if you hear me snorting. My nose is kind of stuffed up. And I'm out of water. My throat is getting scratchy. I need some water. Sorry if yeah, you've been going 5 hours already, yeah. I don't think I could go another 5 hours. Drink! Both my water jugs are empty. Excuse me for a moment. I need to go refill my water jugs. because someone redeemed that. Wait, who was the first person that followed you? I just realized I missed that. I need to thank the followers that I missed one. My nose is so stuffed up. I need to blow it. I need to get some water. I got like 3 things I need to do. Okay, who was the first person who hit the follow button? Because I can't find your name anywhere. Where is it? I can't see it. I missed it somehow. And I can't find it. I'm scrolling around. But thank you for the follow. One more. I read your name. Honeytide TTV. Okay, since someone redeemed Frank, I need to run for just a little bit. I'm gonna blow my nose and get myself some water. Be right back. Let me just crack. There we go. I'll be right back. Throat need water very badly. Okay, I got it. Also, I just noticed it's getting a little late. I should turn my volume down. Okay, wait, what did I miss? There are comments here that I must read. Why? Okay, I need to drink some water first. I forgot to do that. Why do you people torture me so? Okay, how do you pronounce? Kagruosh. Kagawans. Please tell me that was good enough. I don't know if I can bear the cringe. Why? Oh wait, okay, I need to scroll up. Sorry, let me see. Okay, yeah, there's that comment. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I'll have a good rest of your stream. Oh, thank you, Honeytide. Wait, was that Honeytide that followed? I missed whoever the first follower wasn't. Right, Honeytide followed. And who was the first one? I still don't know. I missed it. Where is it? I don't know where it is. I could probably find it in somewhere, but I'm not that good at it. That was great. Thanks, Prism. I hope my dying of cringe was worth it. By the way, the only reason that that redeem is so oh right, I should probably be able to quiet. I think there's someone trying to sleep in the room right next to me. But the only reason that which means they might have just heard me ooh and probably wondered what the hey that noise was I just made. Oh dear. I'm just going to ignore that and pretend they probably didn't hear me totally. But yeah, the only reason that's so cheap is because I know I sometimes fumble it up. That's why it's called Attempt to. Give us an ooh. because sometimes I make an attempt and the attempt fails. But yeah. Wait, I think I missed something you said earlier. You're marking every. Yeah, I have lots of marks everywhere. I learned from the first game. I regret not marking things so much. Now I can watch and just enjoy other people's tapping. This is so great.
I will be redeeming another Yuwu when I have the channel points.
Why? Why? Well, at least that keeps you away from the other buttons. Ah, no, ads. Shoot, go away. You shall be snoozed. Okay, we've got about 5 minutes till the ads come back. I have to snooze them. I have banished the ads into the ad dimension, I guess? I don't know. Yeah. By the way, Prism, if you do, like, somehow stumble across the YouTube channel I'm uploading soon, I just want to apologize in advance, because sometimes I go on long rants, because I understand some people are good at these type of games. I'm not good at these, and sometimes things get frustrating, and sometimes they go on very long rants. Like, I did that, I think most of my stream today was me ranting about stuff, problems that... And also, a little bit of glaze. Gotta have a little bit of glaze. I think I described it as King Cherry cooked, but then they overcooked a few things. So, you know, little problems there. No, game isn't perfect. Apparently contact damage, or not contact, apparently environmental damage, just all environmental damage from spikes used to be 2. And then they changed it to be 1, so they've noticed and they've fixed a few things. Oh, yeah. I got you. Thanks. Prismarine wants an... No, I think I messed up that one. I'm not redoing that. You can't make me. Well, actually, you technically can if once it cools down. You're the best. Yeah, Prism is fun. I need to catch more of your streams and watch them. I need to just stop like trying to like play a game in the evenings when I have time. I need to just sit down and watch your streams. It's fun to watch. Wait, you know, actually, that just popped in my head. Isn't the squish, isn't that something you can do in VTube Studio? I need to figure out how to add that in as an actual... Like, hello, Cloudy, how you doing? Welcome on in. I really should be ending stream soon, but you know what? Things are still running. I got a bit more time, I guess. Good. Also, hi. Hello. Well, if you'd like, there's a... Oh, shoot, I just remembered. Sorry, Prismarine, I forgot to give you a shout-out. And I will not push/raid this time. I will push/shout-out. The last time someone raided me, I was like, oh, here, I'll give you a shout-out. And then I typed /raid, and I raided them back because I was trying to give them a shout-out, and I accidentally raided them. Kuro. Not Kuro, it's called... I heard the wow. I see someone has found the free sound alerts. How wonderful for me. Why, when is my ears going to get splashed? Splashed? Blasted? But... Okay, let me see. Should I do this one monotone? How do you pronounce your nosy? Kaguroshi would like another. Yeah, I tried to do a breathy one. I know I have somehow done that one like really well, like the breathy. That just it's very hard for me to do that one. Do it like that. Oh, Snooze ads. I just snoozed ads again. Oh shoot, my nose is stuffing up again. Why? Oops, I may have just accidentally pulled my headphones out one moment. I had a sore throat earlier this week. But luckily I'm doing good. Wait, alright, I forgot to get sorry, Prism. I need to give you a shout out. Kogoroshi. Please stop redeeming the Uwu redeem. Lest I die of cringe. Kogoroshi. Sorry, I can't do that echoey doom voice. I forgot to ask Prismarine to not do that. Redeem. Why? Prismarine, why? Die of cringe. And she reveals her true colors. Prismarine wants to see all these streamers die of cringe. It is too bad because, see, my love for entertaining people very vastly outweighs my cringe meter. And that is the only reason that channel, Point Redeem, still exists. Because I like it. Okay, Drago. Alright, that was the voice I was doing. I completely forgot that's where it came from. It just sort of came out like that. Right. Shout out for Prismarine. I forgot. I keep forgetting this. No, not. For some reason, whenever I try and do / shout out, I for some reason hit shift and then the / button, which is question mark. So I always start typing question mark instead of / every single time. Shut up! There's more people. I just want to go to bed. It's late. I should have stopped like 20-30 minutes ago. Do you mind waiting a little bit for your shout out? I kind of need to shout out Prismarine there first because they rated me. It's playing twice. Yeah, see, a while ago, welcome in, Ray. I have like 3 things to say at the moment, and my brain is fried. Let me just, wait, did I just miss call? Just pray, oops, I think I missed some dialogue because I thought I had already talked to this person. Let me just sit down so I don't make that mistake. I need to give Prismarine a shout out first, and then I'll get you a shout out, which I think it has to cool down. But thank you so much for the raid. Just so you know, it plays my sound alerts, or not. I don't think it's the sound alerts, but for some reason, any sound alerts that play when something happens, like a follow. Guardian made _VTube. Yeah, thanks, Tram, thanks. But anything that plays when a sound happens, for some reason, is doubled. I don't know why. Like, it happened once because my sound alerts broke. Alright, I still need to give a shout out to Prismarine. And then I need to give a shout out to whoever just Scorpion Stings. Then I'll give a shout out to Scorpion. There we go, because Prismarine rated first, and I forgot to give it. I see someone found the metal pipe! Lovely. Wow. Why do I do this? Why do I give you so much ammunition? Oh, I'm so glad I lowered my volume down because I'm trying to speak quieter. Because someone's trying to sleep in the room next to me, and y'all keep jump scaring me with metal pipes and umos. Why? By the way, I am trying to, I should have stopped stream like 30 minutes ago and gone to bed, but then the raids came in, so, well, I guess that's not happening. Guess I'm gonna be up for a little while longer. Hey. Ads, why snooze? Okay, that's the last time I could snooze the ads, so in about 5 minutes, sorry, they are going to run. It happens. Okay, let's see, can I actually give you a shout out? I think that has to, no, wait, not at, slash out. At my brain is like really cooked at the moment. I've been going for like 5 hours. Almost 5.5 hours. You got this, I got this. I can manage the shout out, probably. There it is. Click that button. And then just in case it doesn't work, I'm just gonna copy it so I can paste it. I have to wait 30 more seconds. Why? I love loading time. You mean the loading sign on my head? Yeah, see, I have the loading sign on my head because, it lets people know what to expect. This is the, skill level and intelligence you can expect is a loading sign on my head. There's also things that make me look absolutely cursed, but, luckily people use all their points in Uwus, so I don't need to worry about those. Whew. That is so real. It's a free thing in, VTube Studio, right? Or did I get this off from Steam? It might be one of the ones I downloaded from Steam. I can't remember. I think it's just in base VTube Studio. Maybe it's not. I can't remember. But yeah. If... Okay, my brain just shut off there for a moment. I was like, if... And then just... Pacify for 10 minutes and it's only 2... Well... Yeah, because I'm normally I normally have like 1, maybe 2 at max viewers, so things are cheap because, well, as someone explained it, when you have more viewers, there's more points like in total spread across all your viewers. So because I don't have that many viewers usually, I just keep things cheaper. Also, I will admit, as I said earlier, my love for entertaining people is kind of outweighs my cringe meter. But seriously, please don't push the pacifier button. Wait, what did I even call that? I think it's like says why afterwards. Guess I'm doomed. Well, at least that means you won't be pushing the Uwu, but see, there's a balance. People either spend all their points on Uwus, which I can do really quickly, and then just ignore that I did that, or they save up for the more like other stuff, and they aren't pushing the Uwu button all the time. It's my evil plan to get you to waste all your points. I mean, I am just trying to be entertaining streamer and be generous with points. Yes. Yeah. Oh wait, that's right. Control V, paste that. There's the second shout out. Well, there's a shout out to you, so hopefully Prismine's community can go check you out. And hopefully you can check out Prismine. Prismine is a wonderful streamer, by the way. She rated before you, Scorpion. And sorry to anybody if I missed anybody's comment. Feel free to just post it again. That's a beautiful evil laugh. Thanks. Aw. I appreciate it. You know, the weird thing is I don't think I ever do that normally. I think I've only ever really done that on stream. I guess I've gotten a lot of practice. Oh, right. I got a lot of practice because sometimes I torture a different streamer by telling her puns. Normally when she does something, when she like pokes like a bit of fun at me or something like that, like says something that she knows like I get in, like either embarrassed or like about, so I'm like, oh, I can retaliate, and I retaliate with puns, which makes her cringe, and, you know, fun times. Fun times playing back and forth as streamers. Have Wawa. Okay, yeah, I need some more water. Bottoms up. Why is that so loud? I mean, I could lower the volume if you want. It's kind of loud because, I might have forgotten to lower the volume on that one. I could adjust it. But also because people seem to, like jump scaring me with all the snow was beautiful. Okay, I can leave that about that. but I can pull up the internet tab just in case I need to tweak things. It was amazing. Okie dokie. I probably didn't get jumps. Oh, sorry, ads are about to start, so if anyone gets caught in that, I thought I had it set to where raiders didn't get caught in ads, but I can't find that setting anymore. I don't know where it is. So you might have ads, and if it updated, then it probably got unchecked automatically or something. I thought there was a setting to do that, but yeah, you're gonna have ads here in a bit maybe. So I love ads. Well, thank you for putting up. Actually, don't I have like an explanation? I would have snoozed. I did snooze them. 3 times in a row, actually. I can't snooze anymore. But ads are fine. Let them run. Okie dokie. And hopefully you don't get them because you're raiders. Because I know, I'm at least certain I saw that option somewhere. And I didn't, or I did check it, so raiders shouldn't get ads, but I don't know if that's even an option on Twitch anymore because the thing got updated. I have no idea where to go to check. So I can't remember where that option even was in the first place. I love ads. Ads are the best. Well, thank you, everybody. And thank you for putting up with that. Actually, I think I have, like, explanation point. The ad? Oh, no, was that it? Or wait, was it explanation point ad? I can't remember. Okay, I have... Or was it AD? I can't remember what that explanation point was. I'm curious. Like this one about high quality steel imported by Taiwanese steel manufacturers. I'm trying to remember what my own, where it was that. It's in here somewhere. No, it's not that, Okay, where is that? I know it's in here somewhere. Where the heck did I put... There it is. I have an explanation point that it's like explanation point ad or ads. And it basically like says, oh, thank you for watching the ads, but I can't remember what it is. Are they actually playing right now for you? Sorry if they are. I thought there was a way to make streamers like it. I have a PS4 ads. Yay! I get them about Nerf guns and food. I keep getting them about horror movies. Lego ad. Oh, yay, Lego. Wait, that's right, you can't even hear them. I am winning. Yeah, I've just been blabbering this whole time, and then I realized, oh wait, you can't actually hear me. Wait, here's the stream illness thing. What custom commands? What? Okay, or did... No, wait, maybe I added that in the... Wait, where is it? The dashboard sound alerts. Huh. Where did I add that in? It's in here somewhere. No, I just realized I should probably swap to just chatting. You see. Because I'm probably not going to be playing much more of this. I'm winning. Nor a Cheez-It ad? Zulamama. What the hell is a Zulamama? I'm out of it. Yay! Welcome back. I was blabbering like most of that time, and then I suddenly realized, oh wait, they probably can't hear me. I'm just sitting here blabbering away. Oh, Lego ad, congratulations! I'm like, wait a minute, he can't hear me. Or she can't hear me. I have no idea. I just realized I don't actually know. Ah, well, doesn't really matter. They can't hear me. There we go. Yeah. I need to find out if I can some way make it to where raiders don't get ads. Because I had that set. I remember seeing that option. Yeah. Sorry, I used all of my snoozes. Wait, other alert? Now, where is that? I changed it to just chat, by the way. Because that's basically what I'm doing. The amount of times I've ranted well muted. The amount of times ranted, Okay, I'm just gonna hit the reset button and pretend I was just quiet and not actually trying to say something. Excuse me. Just. I have forgot to unmute. Actually, I think the only times I haven't forgot to unmute myself, I have simply tried to push the mute button before going away on like a break to eat some lunch or something, and then I come back, I actually successfully pushed the mute button, which is also the unmute button. So I pushed the button to mute myself, because when I was trying to hit the mute button in the first place, I didn't push it properly. And then I mute myself, and then I start blabbering, and I'm muted. Meanwhile, when I tried to mute myself to walk out, everyone got to hear me get up from my creaky chair and my door open and close, and who knows what else they heard. And then I come back and oops, I wasn't muted. Yeah, that's happened like more than once. Let's see, custom. Oh, that was it. It was exclamation point AD for ad, not ADD. I typed the wrong ad in. Because I finally got an exclamation point lurk and an exclamation point ad that's just AD. So if it's everyone should be able to type exclamation point ad, and they'll pop up like just a thank you message. And that'll also let me know that ads are playing, because sometimes I don't notice. Because I don't. Reading is hard. I struggle all the time. English is hard. The English. You know, I think I'm just gonna use this as background. How about I'll swap to just chatting, but I'll leave the game pulled up, because that way we have some nice background music. Until someone blasts something else in my ears again. My poor cat ears. My poor human ears. I have 4 ears right now. Neat. Good music. It is good music. That is one thing I will also praise the game for. I have complaints. Well, not really complaints. More like negative things to say about some of the design choices, but there's some wonderful thing. Love the story. Love the dialogue writing. Some of it's oddball. The characters. Love the characters. Love them. The game feels smoother, but I think they overcooked the. They overcooked some things, undercooked some other things, but you know what? No game is perfect. I mean, I'm kind of glad you were here earlier, because oh boy, I think most of this stream admittedly was me ranting. I feel kind of bad about that. I don't like ranting on stream, but I also I'm just me on stream. So when I go off on a rant, it's all from the heart, you can be assured of that. Yeah, I need to control my rants though, because I have a habit of just going off on a rant. My brain, it drives me a bit bonkers when I can't fix something, and because I can't just go and fix what I have a problem with in the game, I just start ranting and I don't stop. And I need to stop ranting. That's what I need. I need to make a routine for stop ranting. Just a shut up routine. I need one of those. Kogarashi wants an Uber? I thought you were going to save your points, Kogarashi. Eh? No pacifier. You're not going to do that, are you? You're just going to keep falling into my trap. You will never have enough points for the pacifier. I tried to do a Star Sidious voice there and I failed. Everything was redeemed. That was the last one. Everything redeemed. Everything redeemed is next. Now, the weird thing is that I actually don't. The everything in redeem, I actually mind less than the pacifier. Weirdly enough, even though I think pretty sure the pacifier is in the everything redeem, but there's so much other stuff cluttered on there, you don't really notice. I mean, if you want, I could show you what it looks like. But I mean, I also understand people want to save up points and force. Drink! That one made me jump a little bit, even with the low volume. Oh. Things are still running. Where normally they shut down by now. Because I just, like, what I'm talking is I live off the grid, so we have a battery bank. Because there's not a lot of sunlight at the moment due to it being night out, and we don't have a lot of hydropower because we have that set up, but there's not a lot of rain at the moment. We have a generator. Don't use it unless we need it, but it's the time of the year that we need to run a lot. Normally it's shut down by now, which is normally why I was going to stop at 9:30, but now it's 10 o'clock and it's still running, so yeah, I'm not going to complain. Now I'm going to lurk like his father said. Okay, have a good night, Kurashi. Okay, I think I failed that. I thought my throat dying of cringe. Have an evil night. You get that one for free. Take care. You take care as well. Thank you for the follow. I think you were one of the ones I followed. I can't remember. There's a couple different follows, and I still don't know who the first one was. I legitimately can't remember. Shoot, my memory is not good. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? See, I did swap onto just chatting. I wonder if there's anything else. I really should stop streaming. I wonder if there's anybody online I should raid, though. Oh shoot, I just realized I was looking for some raid and now I'm looking for myself. I don't need to be doing that. I wonder if I should raid someone else who's playing Hollow Knight. I mean, I could just keep playing the game, too, since we have time, apparently. I'm pretty tired, but, I do like to chat away if people want to still chat. What do I have to talk about? Shoot, I swapped it onto just chatting, but I'm not good at blabbering. Yeah, you do. Take care, Ras. Yeah. Yeah, I should. Well, admittedly, part of it is like, hey, I have a good amount of viewers here. We want to, talk to lots of people. Entertain, because it's what I like to do. I love to entertain people. I hope you had fun. Honestly, I was pretty tired. I had a lot of fun after the games, yeah. Admittedly, I probably should have played something other than Silk Song today because I was kind of tired. And so I beat the Savage Beast Fly. And then I ranted for a while, then I went and tried something else, and then I ranted for a while. I think I was a bit tired to try this game. The game wears on me after a while. I probably should have done something else, but, well, oops. But hey, I always love talking to people. That makes everything better, As I... Wow, okay, I'm just gonna take a drink of water. Why is something stuck in my throat? But yeah, I had a lot of fun. So I love talking to people and entertaining them on the stream, so yeah. You and Scorpion's Raid made the whole night so much better. A lot more cheerful. Because I can't stop myself from ranting when something bothers me. I have a problem. Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much, both. Okay, let me type it. I should start to see if someone's playing Hollow Knight. Now, should I look up Hollow Knight Silk Song or should I look up normal? I wonder if I can find someone first playing normal Hollow Knight. Might as well. I can check. Yes, if you have any think. What was words say words? Unless you have someone to suggest to raid. Yes, I am not robot. You can tell I'm tired. Then again, since I'm tired, you could probably get me to act like an idiot. Because my brain is functioning less than usual. Yeah. I do like this music. It's pretty. I do hope there's some way in this game, or I hope they at least, maybe add it as a DLC or something. I hope there's a way to just go back and refight bosses. just because I want to refight Widow over and over and over again. I loved that fight. I was ranting about like things I don't like about how the game's designed, so I might as well rant about Widow because I love the Widow fight. Like, they somehow made a run back to a boss fun and add to the boss fight because like the run back to Widow. Let me sit up and crack my neck a little bit. Because while the Widow fight was there, like the Widow fight was awesome and fun, and part of the reason for that is because the run back to Widow, it was just long enough and had the correct type of enemies there, because like the enemies, some of them would. I just got jump scared by an echoing fart. Yep, I guess that was not on my bingo. You know, I should make a chat has jump scared me with bingo card and just put everything on there and just see how long it takes people to fill it out. Because you keep doing it so much. Why? Fart echo jump scare, why? I get jump scared by my fall redeem. Because I just suddenly have crab rain blasting in my ear. I was just trying to glaze the Widow fight and the run back. Like, you know how notoriously like people don't like boss run backs? The run back to the Widow fight was so well done because like the enemies take just long enough to burrow up out of the ground to get in your way that you could sprint over them if you're just booking it. And so the run back to the Widow fight gives you the feeling like, you know how sometimes you lose to a boss but you feel like you can do it, so your attitude is basically get me back in there? Because of how the run back to the Widow fight was designed, because of how it is, you're basically sprinting through it, maybe bounce off one of those flowers to the next platform, zoom ahead, and you just blitz through it. And if you're just sprint through it, get through that quick enough, the enemies can't really get in your way because they take a bit to get out of the ground. So because of that, the run back has the same feeling of get me back in there, I want to try again. And so you have like the Widow fight was amazing, took me several tries, and as I've mentioned to people before, I watched someone fight Widow and they beat her first try, and I felt sad that not because I want to see the person suffer fighting a boss. No, I felt sad because they didn't get to experience the Widow fight as much as I did. After I had beaten Widow, I was like, I had done a bunch of stuff, and I think the next stream, or like after I was done with that stream, or maybe it was after I was done with the next stream, I was thinking back on it, I was like, I loved that fight so much, I just want to go do it again. But I can't because I beat the boss. But I want to go do the Widow fight again. Because of how it... excuse me. Sorry, because of how it was, like, running back there, and the run back is just long enough that you have time to, like, focus a bit, but it's short enough that you're not, like, long run back annoying. It's not. It's pretty short, but you have enough room to that you sprint through it. Sorry about having to clear my throat. And so even the run back gives you that same feel of get me back in there. I think I already said that. And it's just, it all works so well. Such an amazing fight. And the fact that you finally beat Widow and it's like, oh, they make like the death sound like all the bosses do when you beat them. And then they jump back up, like re-land on a part of the arena and basically scream, and you're like, oh shoot, it's time for phase 3. And then the fight just gets faster, not too much faster, but faster enough and a bit more deadly, and it just ramps up and then the music kicks back in. Oh, it was... Instead of having the, oh come on, there's another phase, it's like, alright, let's go. And sorry about talking kind of quietly. I'm trying to be quiet because people are trying to sleep like right next to me in the next room over, so I don't want to keep them awake. But it's like, alright, there's more, let me at them. Oh, it was so much fun. Every time I talk about something I don't like about the game, I usually end up either bringing up Widow or Sister Splinter. about how I loved the Widow fight. Sister Splinter annoyed me for a while because I just immediately there's so many mobs. But then I realized it worked because how the Sister Splinter fight is so like Splinter her moveset is pretty basic. She only has like one actual attack, and then she can call in the vines and call in the call in the little splinterings or whatever they're called, call in the mobs. But both her vines and her normal attacks can kill the mobs she summons. And once I realized that, I'm like, it works. And it works in a way that the mobs actually make the boss fight better, I think. And that is not something I have ever said, because I usually hate mobs in a boss fight. But that somehow just made it worked. I was amazed, and so I will glaze the frosting out of that food. Glaze the frosting. Is that a term? Is glazing the frosting actually a term? I mean, there's frosting the cake, but we don't need to get into what that is. By the way, frosting the cake, or at least to my knowledge, frosting the cake is another word for throwing up. That might have just been my sister's weird dream, though. Because one of my sisters had a dream. Yeah, I'm just going off on a tangent now. One of my sisters had a dream once where, like, a bunch of people were, like, someone, like, threw up, and there was some party going on, and there was, like, a big, huge cake, but the cake had, like, mint frosting with, like, chunks in it. And so it looked like a chunky green frosting. And so when the person threw up, it's like, oh, everyone's like, oh, he puked, he threw up, he erped, he this, and all the different terms, and someone's looked at it. He frosted the cake. And everyone just stops and looks at the cake, and everyone kind of loses their appetite for trying the cake. And meanwhile, it's like everyone leaves, and the person who threw up and the person who said he frosted the cake both like high five, and they go over there to eat all the cake themselves because now nobody else wants it. They did it on purpose. I think that was... My sister has had a lot of weird, oddball dreams. Funny stories. And that one sticks in my head, though, just because of that. He frosted the cake. And it's like the mental image of just like chunky greenish frosting. That, like, it would look fine on normally. But when you compare it to puke, some of your brain goes, oh shoot, the frosting looks like puke, and you just lose your head. I'm just like, okay, that's funny. Well. I should probably raid out. It is getting quite late. I should probably go check why the generator is still running. So yeah. Okay, I will raid out. So I believe if you're part of a raid, you will get points from my channel. I think that's how that works. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh wait, shoot! I just realized I normally like to I need to pull up Twitch on here because I'll mute the desktop audio. I'll quit out of the game too. 250 points for participating in the raid. Okay, yeah, I was pretty sure it was something like that. Hey, where are you going to bed? You go to sleep. Or are you just laying down and resting? Do you have any suggestions for who to raid? Yeah, I'm gonna search up Hollow Knight. Okay, oh wait, what do I do? Ah, stop that, you. Okay, because I forgot I want to mute the desktop audio so I can pull up people's streams without, just in case, who knows what they're saying on their stream. So you can't hear that, so I can pull up and see if I can find... I think I'll see if I can find someone playing the first home. Let's see, search tag, let me search first playthrough, not first playthrough. Let's see. I find any fellow VTubers playing this for the first time, eh? Well, there's some looks like they're fighting White Defender. Huh. Oh, hello, Drago. How are you doing? Do you have, if you have anybody you'd recommend for a raid, feel free to let me know, by the way. I really should have gone to bed early, but I like talking to you all too much. So yeah. Let me see. And it immediately tried to get me to knock on their stream. How wonderful. God, that stupid knock feature. I mean, I know it has some good things about it, but still, it's like, come on. They aren't playing Hollow Knight? Well, I mean, I don't need to rate someone playing Hollow Knight. Okay, let me pause that. Let me... Wait, where everyone's doing that? I can... Are they on right now? Maybe I can copy their name. Then search them up. Yeah, I just, because I was playing a Hollow Knight game, I figured, I'd see what they're doing. Oh, they're playing V... I haven't actually played V-Rising, do I? Or wait, that might be one of those games I don't own. Sorry. I know I've seen... Okay, but we can go over and raid them. Okay, I've got them pulled up. I'm gonna switch over to ending, and I'm gonna... Excuse me, where's my... Mage, Freyren! Freyren just followed the channel. Thank you for the follow, Freyren. I'm sorry I haven't watched your anime yet. I've been kind of wanting to, but I haven't done it yet. Maybe I'll just read the manga. But I do know one thing, and please, watch out for the mimics. I know you have a problem with treasure. You need to get help with that, Freyren. Sometimes it's a mimic, Freyren. Stop going for the treasure chest, Freyren. Sorry. That's like one of the only things I know about Freyren. I do need to watch and read that. I just get distracted too easily with them, and I need to do something. But okay, we can go over and raid who you suggested. Let me see, /raid. Put that in. But yeah, I really need to go to bed, so I'm gonna raid up. Thank you so much again for the raid, Prismarine and Scorpion. I can't remember the rest of your name, but I remember it had Scorpion at the beginning, so yeah, Prismarine and Scorpion. You know, for some reason, whenever I think about you, Prismarine, my brain goes, oh, Prizzy. I'm just like, I'm gonna go watch Prizzy's channel. I'm like, why? I'm not good with nicknames. Why is my brain so like, Prizzy? I'm like, why? Prismarine is fun to say. I like saying people's full names because it's fun to say. Like, Mage_Freyren. Or, but no, my brain's like, it's Prizzy. And now it is stuck in my head and I can't get it out. I have a feeling like this loading sign follows me. Alright, wait. Wait, did I miss one? Oh, sorry, I missed. I'm sorry, I missed that. Sorry, I didn't know it. I was blabbering and I missed you saying, hey, how's it going? It's going pretty. Wait, are you first up? Wait, were you not? Oh, you were the first. Oh, you're a first-time chatter. Sorry, I thought you might have been rated in and said something earlier. I missed. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. I just sometimes miss. Don't. By the way, don't anybody. If I miss your chat, don't be afraid of just posting it again. I always try and read all the chats. I just miss some sometimes. I'm not too experienced in. I follow. Oh, thank you. I admittedly I don't use Twitter that often. Actually, very rarely. I want to use the Star Wars quote about wretched hive of scum and villainy, but I don't actually know because I don't use it that often. I don't. So yeah. Oh, thank you. We were about to raid out, but I can hold off for a little while if you want to chat for a bit. I always like to chat with new people. I meant to raid out or stop streaming like about an hour ago. But then Prismarine raided, so I'm like, okay, I need to go a bit farther. Well, spend time chatting with Prismarine there. Please do check out Prismarine, by the way. They're a wonderful, fun streamer. And then, by the way, just so you know, I normally look like this. I only am wearing the maid outfit and the cat ears because chat. I'm looking at you, chat. I know you were one of them, Prizzy. I think Prismarine was the one that stuck the cat ears on. Someone else got the maid outfit. Every single time. I can't escape it every stream. Every stream. I love the main outfit. Of course you do. It came with a bunch of different parts, but the other parts didn't. Is it custom? No, it's not custom. The model is, the model is custom. I also don't have any legs or hands. What you see here is literally the entire model. I'm just a torso with arms and a head. But the maid outfit, the model is custom made. Well, I got someone to make it off from Fiverr, and the maid outfit was just a free asset I found somewhere. Same with the cat ears and tail and stuff. Those are like just free assets. Actually, I'm also an artist. I'm 2D and 3D models. Oh, I hope that's going well for you. Want to peek at my work? I mean, I can't afford anything right now, so probably wouldn't do much good. I can't afford anything at the moment. So yeah. Sorry about that. I hope to one day be able to do good enough on stream that I can support artists. Because man, I've seen some absolutely wonderful art and stuff out there. Would love to be able, but I can't at the moment. I can't support myself at the moment. I'm just lucky I'm still living with like a bunch of like family members. Like a bunch of us are still in the same house, so I don't really have I don't have really any income. But I don't really have any bills, so that's lucky. Well, not much. I do what I can to help pay for the internet, so that's good. So I've been keeping up on that, but yeah. Anyway, I don't need to blabber about all that stuff. I don't need to get into all that stuff. Yeah, I hope your model making goes well. Believe me, I looked into model making one time. I still have the slash raid typed out, but I'll get to that in a bit. I still have. What was I saying earlier? I was saying something and then I just spaced it. Hang on. Okay. I was saying something about. Oh right, I was mentioning. I looked into how to make models, and oh boy, like that's a lot of work. At least I was looking to make how to make 2D models, and oh boy, that is a lot of work. All the deformation stuff to get things to work properly. It's an impressive skill. I looked at it, I was like, yeah, that's a bit beyond my brain capacity to manage to do. Discuss my budget is 0. I literally cannot, like, when I said I can't afford anything, I literally mean I cannot afford anything. Prices of some things went up and haven't had work in a long time, and so yeah. I have like a little bit of stuff I help people out with, so I have like a little bit of cash income, but yeah, I don't really want to talk too much about that stuff on stream unless people want me to, but Yeah, I don't want people to get their hopes up thinking, oh, hey, Pirate VTuber, you know, they might have some money, you know, have some use for my skill. I don't. I don't have any money. I have some savings, but I'm keeping that around because I kind of need it just in case. You know, it's always good to have some just in case. You never know what's going to happen or how long it's going to be till you have work. So yeah. Sorry about that, but I mean, if I remember to, I'll try and check out your work because I do like to see art and stuff. It's nice, but yeah, at the moment, sorry, I can't afford anything like that. Oh well, I do need to raid out now because it is past the time I usually go to sleep. So yeah, we're usually lay down. My throat's getting sore again. There we go. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet too. I'm trying to speak in a little bit lower of a voice because someone who has to get up very early is in the room right next to me. So yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna swap back to the raid. Thank you for popping in, Mage Freeman. Wait, I forgot. And thank you to everybody who followed. There was a few different people who followed, and I couldn't find one of their names or two of their names and stuff. So sorry if I didn't thank you personally. But thank you everyone who followed, and thank you again for Prismy for the raid, and Scorpion for the raid. And no thank you to Kago there, who kept redeeming the uwu. Oh shoot, I mean, thank you for doing that so you have less points to torture me in other ways. Yeah, good night, kids. Okay, I go now. Okay. But I'll raid over to that stream where you recommend Kagu. Sometimes my brain just seems to shut off, probably because I'm tired. Nah, it just does that something. You loved him. I loved entertaining you. The uwu itself, I do not, but I do love entertaining. And as I said before, my love for entertaining far, far outweighs my cringe meter. So yeah. Okay, but let's get the raid started. Let's go over and say hi to your recommended or raid something. I can give you one for free for the good night. Good night. Good night, everybody. Have a uwu night. An uwu night. Yeah, there we go. That's what I should say. Have a uwu night. Okay, I'm gonna die of cringe. Oh wait, shoot, I forgot. I don't have the ending scene. I have to switch back to the scene to go to ending. So thank you, and thank you again for the raid. It's very much appreciated. So yeah, and boop boop. I'll send y'all off now. Bye bye. Boop boop boop. I usually just type in. Oh shoot! Right, oh shoot! I haven't actually made a raid message. I'll try and get on that. I haven't. I completely spaced that. I usually just say Blade Raid. Shoot. Okay. Garden Raid, Blade Raid, either or. Okay. Thank you for reminding me to make an exclamation point raid. I hope I remember in the morning. So yeah. Have a wonderful night, everybody. I always have trouble ending stream. The raid thing usually just runs out and raids in the middle of me blabbering. So, okay. Must stop self, push mute button, click raid button. Good night, yep.